flesh, no longer the flesh. Now a thorn on our blood. So, thank you for coming. And today is indeed a special day to everybody all over the world, because the UN said is International Day for Peace. And peace, I do tell my close friends that peace starts from the bedroom. If peace is not started from the bedroom, then the whole world will never be at peace. And this is very, very vital. So, the home, the society, the community, and the global world is talking about peace today. And more importantly for this year, that they are looking at the climate change to see how it affects peace, how it relates to peace. And with the kind of the global warming we've been experiencing from time to time, migration, displacement, conflicts, instead of us having peace, more things are coming up to bring distraction to the world peace. So it's very, very vital, days like this, we utilize it to look at what can we do best to ensure that we sustain peace. Peace in our homes, peace in the society, peace in the community, peace on ourselves. The fact, when I was at the printer this morning and he was not there, I was already out of peace. You see? So it's very, very vital that this peace, individual peace, self-peace, is very vital. And to crown it all, the UN is not only talking about the peace of everyone. They have come out with a lot of concerns on women and peace. They are looking at women, peace, and security, because they consider women as the vital persons for sustainable development of the world. And they came up with the Security Council 1325, where they resolve on a lot of issues that women should be able to absorb for women in the society. But I'm not going to go deep into that because we have someone coming to do that. They also looked at SDG 16. One of the goals of the 17th Sustainable Development Goals is peace and justice. And a lot of things have come up under that peace and justice, addressing concerns on women. In the home front, there was a whole year, there was discussion on violence against women. Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. All those, when you displace a woman from her rightful position in her job, let's not talk about the home, in her job, you're already putting her out of peace. Because nothing she's doing in that office that will give her joy. And when you are not at peace, when you don't have joy, you are not at peace. So the issue about peace is what I want us to really take good attention, make good effort to understand what peace is all about. How do we achieve peace? I know of a testimony a story where a couple were never at peace. Each morning they keep fighting. You know, what did children do? This one wake up, take his bag, leave the house. The other one leave. And by the time they do it, the 4 children have disappeared. They don't know where they are. Because the home was not at peace. That's why I say peace starts from the bedroom. Because when you wake up from your bedroom and you look at yourself and you are not at peace, I say, the entire day is just soil. So we have to really narrow down the issue about peace, to break it down to us and see how best we can have that peaceful spirit in us before we go out. So as we talk about the peace today, we will be able to sort of instruct ourselves, check us, check our person, check our individual. Begin to know what you need to fix in place for your own self, because that is the beginning of peace. Before we talk about the global community, very soon on Monday, the whole 193 president will go into summit, and one of them talking about peace. SDG summit is on Monday, and they are looking at one of the issues, one of the SDGs is peace. How can the world have peace? There is war everywhere. Conflict everywhere. I woke up yesterday morning, I looked at my WhatsApp and I saw a story that a sheep gave back a human being. Then the committee were disagreeing. Yeah, it's in WhatsApp. If you want, I forward it to you. A sheep gave back to a baby, a human being. And the picture is there. In a community. And the community was turned into disarray. Just 24 hours to the day of peace. So what are we not talking to ourselves? What are we not telling ourselves? The community we are living in has a lot. And I said somebody pregnanted that sheep. It isn't God, this one is not Virgin Mary. Somebody pregnanted that sheep. So listen, this is our community. And the person that pregnanted that sheep also has a wife. Or maybe girlfriend. Concussion. Going around. So we have to really know that the society is messed up. It's messed up. And the more we take things like this, like peace, very serious, then we begin. In fact, if I begin to take it serious myself, and each and every one of us take serious myself, talk how it will be multiplied in the community. And this is very, very important. So every year we try to bring this. In fact, every September 21 we try to bring, because this is a very important issue in the life of every woman. If you look at a woman's life, it is surrounded with worries, tension, emotions. You know, you don't know what, even how to cook soup. Cook soup in the kitchen is tension. So our life is filled with tension. And if we don't begin to sort of take care of that, these days women don't live long anymore. When a woman is 40, the next thing you hear, go to Facebook, gone so young, gone too soon, 45, 50, 55. In the times of our grandmothers, they lived 100 and. So what is wrong with our generation? Because of too much thing we put into our life that is not giving our health space. And that is causing us not to live. Too much worry, too much tension. Think about child number 1, child number 2, child number 5. Think about school, think about grandmother, think about grandchild, think about husband, think about me. I don't know whether the world has done us well by sending us to school to be able to work. Maybe it would have been like our grandmother, because from her kitchen to the backyard and back. You know? Then what can we do? We are looking at a sustainable world. We are looking at a world that can sustain. You know? We are looking at issues that the kind of thing, the economic value in the world today, one man can no longer carry it. To avoid problem, you have to get something. And then you go to work here in America is at least 9 to 5, you have to work, you come back. Maybe that one is not enough. From 7 to 11 you have to another work. You come back. So home is suffering. The peace is not there. So this forum is therefore very important for us women to address some of these issues. I'm not talking about the global community. Let the president solve it. I'm talking about us as women. How can we begin to solve what needs to be put in place? And leave the rest for them to solve, because they say they're the head. So, Uneasy lies ahead, all right? So I thank you for understanding. And before we continue, I want us to listen to the message from Secretary General of the United Nations.
and strive rather than struggle to meet basic needs. Today, peace faces a new danger, a climate emergency, which threatens our security, our livelihood, and our lives. That is why it is the focus of this year's International Day of Peace. And it's why I'm convening the Climate Action Summit. This is a global crisis. Only by working together can we make our own Rio peaceful, prosperous, and safe for us and future generations. On this International Day of Peace, I urge all of you to take concrete climate action and be mandate with your leaders. This is a race we can and must win.
That's the UN Secretary General, and that was his address last night to the world on peace. So, my sisters and our special guests, we are here to look at our life. How do we address peace in our life? What do we drop and what do we put in place? How can we adjust our life to suit the demands of the end time? So, with that, I want us to invite the Global President of 1,000 Women in Religion for Peace, Marshal Pastor Toyin Lawal, so please come and deliver her welcome statement.
Hello everyone, good morning. Oh my God. First of all, I do apologize for being late. It's not my making to be late to any conference. I just came from California. I was supposed to be here last night. I've never seen something like that, but it's a demonstration of peace, so I have to have peace today. You know, all the way from California, they delayed the flight. I said, at all costs, I must be in New Jersey. And then when we arrived in New Jersey, I'm just giving you a preeminence of why peace is really very important all over. You know, we landed in New Jersey and we were about, you know, everybody carried their bag, we want to go out, we couldn't. We just, you know, we just stayed there on the plane for almost 1.5 hours. I'm like, okay, what is going on? So later on, the pilot explained to us that they actually have to move us back. I said, move us back to where? I hope we're not going back to California. So to go to another gate. And within me, I was thinking, we need peace everywhere. We need peace. Peace is very important. It's my delight and my honor to welcome each and every one of you this morning to a forum of peace. Peace at all costs is something that we must all try to purchase. But there's no cost to peace because it's just peace. We have to embark on this journey together that we desire and we determine that in whatsoever atmosphere we find ourselves, either at home, at work, in the gathering like this, in our country, in our society, peace, 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 peace. And I congratulate all of you for participating in this peace forum today, because there's a lot to get out of this. I welcome our excellencies. I can see all of you. Thank you for coming all the way from Africa. And all my sisters, I'm really delighted to see you. My brothers, I'm delighted to see you. When I stand to look at peace and why this organization decided to embark on 1,000 Women in Religion for Peace, it's because peace is the only thing that will not divide us. Peace is the unifying power in between every one of us. Either we're from Islam, either we're from Hindu, either we're Christians, whatever, even Buddha, whatever religion that we practice, we must carry peace all along. It's the unifying figure. Peace and peace and peace. And when you look at women, why is it very important for us as women? Because there's an adage that says that charity begins at home. And women, we are the one that, nurture the babies in the womb. So right from pregnancy, you must begin to demonstrate the aspect of peace. Look at everything that is going on all around the world. I don't want to mention other stuff regarding, maternal and child health. When you hold a baby inside of you, then you don't need it again, but I won't go to that one. So whatever you have carried is for you to nurture. This vision is brought about because of the UN agenda, and it is very, very important for us to be empowered in the arena of peace. The mission is very transformative, and it's also very engaging and very empowering. And it is for us to actually share information and take the information of UN back to our community, back to our society. Many a times we see, when you look at UN agenda, UN meeting, we don't see grassroots women coming here, but we have to represent them. We are their voice, we are their power. So when we carry all this information, please let's go back and disseminate this information to our women in the villages, in the subset areas of any of the countries that we are from, because this is how peace will go on and be spread all around, so that we can maintain peace at home. I don't want to speak about domestic violence and things that women suffer at home. It's just because the aspect of that word, peace, is lacking. When you take peace at the center, I think it's me and my sister discussing about peace at home the other day. You can see the aspect of one little thing, at home can distort things around the nation. But women be empowered that peace is the center of your home. And why we need peace again is because we want to make sure that we disseminate joy all around. Because women, we are the emblem of joy, to bring this into all our society. Anywhere we are, you see us, we are always the first, right? Are you here? Yes. This is a movement. It is a movement for action. In March, and I can see most of you coming back today, and thank you, we actually, dedicate this mission. And now it's action time for us to go back with all the empowerment, the teaching, the lecture today, so that when we go back to all our individual areas, we'll be able to share it with our maybe fellow colleagues and other people in our society. And we stand in the service of peace to all nations. And I'm really very delighted that you are all joining me this morning. It is very, very important to know that you are the resource for peace, and you are the divine inspiration for peace. So even if you don't remember anything today, remember that you are the divine inspiration for peace. So carry that key measure of peace all around. Thank you so much and welcome. Enjoy your day full of power. Thank you. Dr. Ada, we are waiting for you. Okay. While we are waiting for her, I can share some initiative with you so that we won't waste any time at all. Part of the things that we want to embark upon as 1,000 Women in Religion for Global Peace is interfaith dialogue. So if you know any other religion, please call them to join our initiative so that we can all partner together and move this agenda forward. You can come, Dr. Ada. I was just trying to. Okay. It's okay? Oh, all right. Okay, so that's part of our forum. And also, this is a platform to accelerate building momentum for implementation of sustainable development goals. How many of you are participating in that already? Sustainable development. You want to share with me, my sister?
Later on.
Where? Okay.
Later on.
All right. Good. All right. So we are targeting goal number 5 for this initiative, and we exist to educate and empower women all across the nation. Women rights, that's number 1. Economic empowerment, that's number 2. Food and security, number 3. And also provision of empowerment skills, as well as peace education through any form of religion. Thank you.
Maybe your hands are not at peace today. Yeah. So we know that one of our agenda is to educate ourselves about the UN resolutions and agreements that has to deal with women and peace. And one most important thing is the United Nations Security Council 1325. That resolution was on women, peace, and security. And it is ours to look at the harbingers of peace in communities. Time to step up global action is now. And I have no other person to come and give us an insight about the origin, the history, and how it all came about when it was established, the 1325 and the Beijing Declaration for Platform of Action Perspective. I have no other person to call Dr. Philomena Kintu. Dr. Philomena was a social affairs officer at Division of Advancement of Women, United Nations. She is retired but not tired. It's now the consultant on gender affairs. Gender affairs consultant. We welcome Dr. Philomena Kintu.
Good morning, my sisters and my brothers. Good morning. It's a pleasure of being here. I come from East Africa, Tanzania, and been working with United Nations for 29 years. I worked in different places. I started in Vienna, then I went to Geneva, then to Bangkok, then 1995, I came here to New York. Working in the United Nations, you get different experience. You meet different people. You work with sisters and brothers. You meet head of states and senior officers. You meet grassroots, NGOs, academia, and different. But what United Nations means really is the grassroots levels. We did a lot of seminars and at the grassroots levels. We went to the villages and so on, but it was just for a few minutes, a few days. We didn't have that kind of going into deep. You go there, you train them, you come back to New York. You leave them without any, it's just like your boat, captain comes out, the passengers go without a captain. So this is what United Nations is. I'm not criticizing UN, but I'm just saying that maybe in the future, you are the people to demand that you should have more attention. The United Nations should pay more attention to the grassroots level. Anyway, after saying that, I'm going to tell you briefly about the First World Conference and also about the Security Council 1325 and also the creation of the UN entity. I will touch a little bit about the Sustainable Development 16, which is related to actually to agenda number 5. Agenda number 5 is the most important for all sustainable development, and it covers everything with the 17 goals. It is related to that. So, if you would allow me, I will the United Nations has organized 4 conferences on women. This took place, the first one took place in Mexico City. The second one took place in Copenhagen. The third one took place in Nairobi, and the fourth took place in Beijing. But all those fours, the last one, the Beijing conference, was the best because it articulated so many things. The 1995 Fourth World Conference was held in Beijing, which marked a significant turning point for the global agenda for gender equality. The Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action, adopted by 189 countries, is an agenda for women empowerment and considered the key global policy document on gender equality. It sets a strategic objective and action for the advancement of women and the achievement of gender equality into following 12 critical areas of concern. Those were women and poverty, education and training of women, women and health, violence against women, women and armed conflict, women and the economy, women in power and decision-making, institution mechanism for the advancement of women, human rights of women, women and the media, women and the environment, and then the girl child. However, the Beijing conference built on political argument reached at the three previous global conferences on women and consolidated 5 decades of legal advancement aimed at securing the equality of women with men in law and practice. You can imagine more than 17,000 participated, including 600 NGOs. So NGOs started long time to participate in these things, which is, NGOs is a very important, because without NGOs, things will not be disseminated. Many will not know what is going on in the United Nations. Many women at the grassroots will not understand, because the United Nations speaks the high language. NGOs speaks the understanding language with their fellow people at the grassroots level. However, I am not going to go into details about the other previous conferences. I don't know if you would like me to go and tell you what the International Women's Year did in the Copenhagen, what they did in Nairobi. I think that is past. Let us concentrate on the present. Therefore, I will concentrate only on the Fourth World Conference, if you will allow me. So after adopting the bill, I participated anyway. I will tell you that I participated in 3 conferences. The Copenhagen, it was my first conference I participated. I was still an intern at the college in the US. Then Nairobi, I participated fully because by that time I was employed by the United Nations. And I was working with Mrs. Shahani, who was the Assistant Secretary General. And because it was taking place in East Africa, so I was the key negotiator, because with NGOs, some of them, they didn't speak English, and I speak Swahili. Therefore, I had this advantage of explaining and working with NGOs, and at the same time assisted the Secretary General of the conference, who came from Philippines. However, 1995, it was my fellow sister, a cousin of mine, Mrs. Mondera, whom I worked with. We worked intensively in Beijing. We didn't sleep. And before that, we used to have these meetings, negotiation, and so on and so on. It was intensive. But we achieved what we wanted to achieve. The Beijing conference was adopted with the platform for action, which gave us all the Beijing platform, it gave all the rights to women, and it helped all the women, to participate and decision making. It changed really the women's. It changed the women's, and since then, the Beijing conference, so many things has happened, and the goodness of that, the UN keep on reviewing and see what kind of progress has been achieved. So the first review took place in 2000. The General Assembly decided to hold a 23rd special session to conduct a 5-year review and appraisal of the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action and to consider future action and initiative. These were Women 2000, Gender Equality, Development and Peace for the 21st Century, and Political Participation of Women in Decision Making. The second review took place in 2005. A 10 years review and appraisal of the Beijing Platform for Action was conducted as a part of 49th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. Delegates adopted a declaration emphasizing that the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was essential to achieving the international agreement, development, and goals. That was the basic. But if you can't hear me, please raise your hand, because I can't know if you can hear me or not. And then the 15 years review of the Beijing Platform for Action took place during the Commission on the 54 sessions in 210. Member states adopted a declaration that welcomed the progress made toward achieving gender equality and pledged to undertake further action to ensure that full and accelerated implementation of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was fully implemented. You know why? Some countries have really implemented this Beijing Platform for Action, and some, especially we are still a little bit behind, although we are going a step further. For example, if you see and put a map, few women are a member of parliament. The first country which has got the highest member of parliament is Rwanda, despite the genocide, but they have worked very, very hard. They have like 150 women members of parliament out of 300. So it is half of, and the decision making, we are still behind. You can see that how many women are in decision making. Few. Maybe Nigeria, but in Tanzania have really gone. We have like 5 women ministers. And we had the first woman who was the Minister of Defense. But I don't know other countries. But I know that they have also, we have made progress. But if you look in this country, in developed countries, actually progress. Very few women are in Congress, like in the state. What happened? Guys, shout. I should. Is it better now? Yes. Okay. But if you can't hear, please raise your hand, because I can't know whether you can't hear, whether the microphone is working or not. My job is to speak.
And you are doing it.
So what I'm saying is we have to work hard. We have to work hard to achieve also something. Let us not, say that it is only the developed countries where the women are educated. No. We Africans, we are also educated. We should not put ourselves down. We should put ourselves up. Yeah. Because I remember what Michelle said, when they are down, go up. So let us also go up and work very, very, very hard. It's up to you, women, it's up to us, including me, to work with our fellow citizens. For example, in Agenda 5, for me, the Agenda 5, I am so attached to the child marriage. Child marriage is my dream to abolish the child marriage. Because if you get married at the age of 12, 15, 12, 13, what do you know? Nothing. What do you do? Nothing. You go and get married to a guy who is going really not to love you except to torture you, because he knows that you don't know anything. So child marriage to me is my heart. I want any child to become like me. I want any child to receive education. I want any child to at least to go to the university. I want any child to become a doctor. I want any child to become a lawyer like me. So please work on that. I know in Nigeria, I was talking to the Deputy Secretary General sometimes back. She said that they have adopted something, we didn't finish our conversation. She was called back. So whatever, please try to see that in your own state, those kind of child marriage are abolished. I know it's not easy, but we can try. We can try. So after saying that, the Beijing gave us a way. It gave us a way, a clear way to fight for decision making, to work on equal partners with our brothers, to do everything. Because I remember during the World Conference in Beijing, one Tanzanian man came and said, "Oh, Fido, my name is Philomena." I said, "Yes. So now you are telling my wife so that I go and cook?" I said, "No." I said, "No." My brother, he was called Emma. I said, "Emma, I'm not telling you to go, I'm not telling your wife for you to go and cook. What I'm saying is that equal, you have to be equal partners at work. At home, it's up to you to decide. But if you don't have a maid, try also to help your wife. Try to help your wife. But fortunately, at home, we have maids, therefore, we rely on my maids, which also is not very good. That one is not the gene, but I can tell you. When you rely a lot to a maid, make sure that she might take your husband. Anyway, that is out of the context. So let us, let us work together. Let us concentrate and see that the Beijing platform for action is implemented. Let us work together to see that agenda, the Sustainable Development Goal 5 is implemented. And nobody else will do that. It is we ourselves, who will do that. So it's up to you. The body is ours, and you have to keep it and pass through and get it out. So after saying that, I'm going to speak about the Security Council. Security Council resolution was adopted. Security Council resolution was adopted in 2000. The United Nations Security Council adopted resolution 1225 on women, peace and security, in which elaborated that civilians are increasingly targeted and women continue to be excluded from participation in peace process. The resolution specifically The resolution specifically addresses how women and girls are impacted by the conflict and war, and recognize the critical role that women can and already do play in peace-building effort. Yes, really, when you see that, how many women are in the peace negotiations? How many women are in peace building? How many women can you go and say, okay, this and this and this one peace? They are very few. Very, very, very few. And women are the ones who make peace. You know, like at home, I've seen when a husband and a wife fight, you go home. Whom do you tell first? Your mother. Mom, I don't know what to do. My husband is doing this and this and this. Mom, what shall I do? Your mother will bring peace, my daughter. Do this and this and this and this and this and this. That is peace. And we women, we have a soft heart. We have a heart of bringing peace, neither outside or inside. We are the star of peace. Therefore, it is us to bring peace. As the resolution says that women suffer a lot during the armed conflict. Although men die, it is true, because they are in front of the battle. But we, who are blind, how we suffer. Women are being raped. Women are being held slavery. Women are being tortured. Women are being sold during armed conflict. Really is the pain. And this, how do we come out of that? How do we stop the war? What is the root causes of the war? We should ask ourselves and see, what is the root causes of war? War breeds misery because your husband leaves you with kids, and also sometimes your children are being, you don't see them. Either you are killed, or they are raped, or they are, taken away. So what is the root causes of the war? That is what we should ask ourselves. So with the Security Council Resolution 1325, it helps us. It helps us to address two major points: impact of violent conflict and war on women and girls, as well as the crucial role that women should and already are playing in conflict prevention. You see, even you have been taught that you have a big role. The role you play in conflict, is very, very important. So the resolution doesn't forget you, but it encourages you. So we should, as the resolution is encouraging us, we should continue also to encourage ourselves to fight. How do we fight? this. We can fight with our voice. We will not go to the field to fight the soldiers or the other countries, but we can bring peace through negotiation, through talking, through our voices, through dialogue, through seminars, so many ways. As the resolution gives you power to do that. Therefore, I ask you, every aspect of achieving sustainable peace, please, we need to involve also the community. The community is very, very important. Let us not forget the community and say, oh, me, I've been to America, I'm not going to talk to it. Because I remember one woman, she came from America and she had been here for only 2-3 years. No, 2. When she went home, her mother was saying, oh my God, in the language Swahili, what shall I cook for you? Ah, Mama, I want papa, papa, papa. Ah! The mother said, what is papa, papa? Mommy, I want papa, papa, papa. Now, the mother said, what, my daughter? What is papa, papa? Chicken. The mother doesn't understand what is chicken. Why can't let us be at the root level with our people? Teach them what they are supposed to do. Help them what they don't know. Because really is suffering. And this, as she said, charity starts at home. Charity starts at home. We can have peace from the beginning. I know the war is caused by two maybe ambitious people, blah 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 blah. But still we can prevent that. Our measure is to help give words, this and this and this. We can participate. Send seminars, organize seminars, work with people, work with the government officials, speak to the government, be a partner with the government on this. Be a partner with others who are in power. Be a partner with those ones who are needed. Therefore, let us work very, very, very hard. Because the resolution also is related to 4 basic pillars, which is participation, which goes for increased participation of women at all levels in the decision making, including national, regional, and international. No, and international. And international. And also protection, because specifically for the protection of women and girls from sexual and gender-based violence, including in emergency and humanitarian situations, such as in the refugees camps. You know, in the refugees camps, really they suffer a lot. They really suffer. But then, sometimes we women or men, they don't understand, and sometimes men take advantage. When I was working as a consultant for UNICEF, I went to Central Africa to see on the child violence against children. I found one man whom I wanted to take to court, but he escaped. Because, he used a girl. He was bribing a girl with the food, oil, and so on. And the girl was only 13. And he was 54 years old. So a such person should be crucified. I'm sorry, my brothers, but I feel that pain. Should be crucified because it wasn't love. That wasn't love. It was exploitation. It was exploitation of sex. It was exploitation of using a young girl. It was exploitation because the girl, she was in a need. Exploitation. Therefore, any such things, We need to educate also the refugees. And the mother, the sad things, the mother didn't take action. Neither could she oppose it. But she kept on welcoming it. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. When I went to visit the mother denied and said she didn't know. Such things, my sisters, let us not allow such things. Because those are the guests to be our ministers, those are the guests to be our doctors, despite being the refugees. So, if the Security Council resolution, it helps us, it gives us power, it gives us ways to participate, to protection, and also relief and recovery. This relief and recovery calls for the advancement of relief and recovery measures to address international crises through gender links, including by respecting the civilian and humanitarian needs of refugees camp and considering the need of women and girls in the refugees camp. This is what I said about it. So my brothers and sisters, we need to have peace. We need to fight for peace. And how do we fight for peace? How do we fight for peace? I know some member states have taken measures of the resolution into action by adopting national action plan or national strategic and global commitment has been taken to ensure women and girls are more systematically and sustainable integrated into peace and security. And also United Nations has taken action for this in this matter. Also they have taken, they have appointed a rapporteur, especially the representative on sexual violence and conflict. And also the Secretary General has committed himself that he will appoint more women to participate in this. For example, at the decision-making level, I would like to congratulate Nigeria. You have a Deputy Secretary General, Madam Amina Mohammed. She's doing well. She knows the issue. She's approachable. So maybe since you are here, you can make an appointment to go and see her, except now it might be difficult because of the General Assembly. But maybe if you can be lucky and put your request what you want, maybe she can assist you. I cannot speak on her behalf, but this is a kind of ideas which I'm suggesting to you. So let us fight. Let us work together on peace. Let us do something for our people, and let us see that women are not suffering. I saw, when I was in Rwanda, really, women suffered. I saw the Rwandese suffered. And I came back, I told the Secretary General, by that time it was, I think it was Kofi, no, Boutros Ghali. I told him, I said, Mr. Secretary General, one thing I don't like, or I wouldn't suggest, when you send somebody who is a white person, the women, we Africans have got a tendency of keeping a secret. You will not get any information and fact-finding. So I suggested that, Your Honorable Secretary General, next time when you send some people for fact and send somebody who is at least similar, look, don't use that with us, otherwise it will be discrimination. Similar to, the person whom they will understand, them whom they will be free to speak to. And when I went to Rwanda, women were speaking so freely. When my colleague Jenny Connors went, they zipped their mouths. They said they didn't understand and they didn't want to give her any information. But I don't know if the Secretary General or other Secretary General took this into consideration. Therefore, we should work so closely on this to fight, first of all, gender-based violence, to fight discrimination, to fight the root causes. I don't know, I would ask you, maybe we can discuss it later. How can we prevent the armed conflict before it starts? How? Keep that in mind. How can we? Because if we can prevent it before it ruptures, it will be good. It will save people's life. It will save men, women. It will save our husbands. It will save our children, our sons, our daughters. How? That is the question to ask. Maybe, as I said, we should, the African Union, I've spoken to the African Union here in New York that they should speak to the African states. Let us have maybe having a mandate like 10 terms. I mean, 2 terms, like 5-5. So after that, maybe somebody comes. But maybe when you stay in the power as a leader for a long time, that can cause war. That can cause problems. That can cause people to dislike you. That can cause a lot of things. As we say, visit a friend only for 5 days. After 5 days, go. Don't stay longer. Otherwise, you should be tired of you. So, my sisters, let us fight and find a solution how to prevent armed conflict, how to save the life of our sisters, our husbands, our children, our sons. That is what I think. You see, that gave me a lot of assignments. My goodness. Now I am going to speak about the entity, women and entity. Before that, I worked with the women's, the division for the advancement of women for nearly 10 years, or 20 years actually. Then I worked with human rights. I participated in the Human Rights Conference and participated in, as I said, in 3 conferences of women. So my professional is women's rights and human rights. Therefore, I keep on doing like that. But, others. So this one, the entity really had already left. And when it was created, I was by that time working with human rights. But previously, I worked with the Division for the Advancement of Women. So I will say a little bit about the creation of the women's entity. You are aware that for those of us working in supporting the International Development Initiative for Women, we know that investing and empowering women and girls is very important matters to us. As Hillary Clinton said, when you educate a girl, you do not educate a girl for the family, but you educate a girl for the entire village. You know why? Because if she's a good girl, when she comes back, she might be a doctor. She might work in the village. If she's a good girl, and if she's not, taken away her right and send her out to be married when she's 13, she might become a teacher and come and teach in the village. So why Hillary Clinton is saying that you don't educate a girl for only the family, which is sometimes is true, but sometimes sometimes it's not. But she can come back and can do it. Like when I go home, I didn't help my mom alone. I was, anybody, any woman who came to me and said, oh, I have this problem and this problem and this problem. If I managed, even if I didn't have money, I would say, Mama, I have on 10, we use shillings. I have 10 shillings, maybe 10,000 shillings. Take this and it will help you. I cannot do more than that. At least I have helped a little. And then they will come, Mama, we don't have the school fees for the children. I will go to the Ministry of Education and say, now you say that the education is free, especially primary school. Why this woman is paying school fees? So they say, oh no, it was a mistake of them. It was a mistake of them. Okay. It was a mistake of the headmaster. But when you educate a child, you educate for everyone. Therefore, my friend, let us try to educate our children. Anyway, in 2010, the United Nations General Assembly created the United Nations Women Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women. In doing so, the UN members took historic steps accelerating the organization goals on gender equality and the empowerment of women. The creation of UN Women Entity came about as a part of the UN reform agenda, bringing together resources and mandates for greater impact. It merged and built on the important work of the four previous parts of the UN system, which focused inclusively on gender equality and women empowerment. And those were the Division for the Advancement of Women, International Research and Training Institute for the Advancement of Women, Office of the Special Advisor on Gender Issues and Advancement of Women, United Nations Development Fund for Women, which was UNIFEM. The main role of UN Women Entity are to support intergovernmental bodies such as the Commission on the Status of Women in their formulation of policies, global standards and norms, to help member states to implement those standards, to provide sustainable technical and financial support to those countries that request it, to establish an effective partnership with civil society, and to hold the UN system accountable for its own commitment on gender equality, including the regular monitoring of system-wide progress. Therefore, now, and also despite all those things, the UN entity, the advancement of women, what has been adopted. But my dear sisters, discrimination still exists in laws, at work, in many fields. So how do we fight discrimination against? It is us, it's up to us to fight back. Because don't go to the office and say, oh my dear, come tomorrow. Can we go and have a cup of tea before I give you a job? Refuse. The moment you accept that, you are degrading yourself. You are not really educated, which means you are giving yourself free. But if you say no, if it is yours and God said you will get that job, you will get that job. But let us not men, some men, sorry my brothers, not to use us to exchange. We are educated. And we should also train our children that when I always tell my daughter, when you go to look for a job and the man says that, oh, let's go for a cup of tea before I give you a job. Say, thank you, I don't want it. So let us fight the discrimination. Through what? We can fight through seminars, educating grassroots, also working with government, working with the Minister of women, and so on. And with that, we shall achieve everything. Also, the entity works for them. The other issue, they work to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women and girls, empowerment of women, and achieve equality between women and men as partners and beneficiaries of development, human rights, humanitarian action, and peace and security. So, as the General Assembly is coming, the entity, the women entity will be shining the spotlight on gender equality and women's empowerment, which stands at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goal, climate change, and other matters on the agenda, including women and peace. It will also mark the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as we're launching a new campaign, Generation Equality, Realizing Women's Rights and Equal Future. The campaign demands equal pay, equal sharing of unpaid care and domestic work, and to end sexual harassment and all forms of violence against women and girls, and call for health care services that respond to their needs and their equal participation in political life and decision-making in all areas of life. So whoever wish to attend, you can call the entity, they are on 42nd, and you ask them to attend. They have a section of NGOs, so you can call them and they will advise you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't like to speak on the Agenda 16. Maybe later on we shall talk about it, but due to the time constraint, it shouldn't be possible.
Yes, I gave her a lot of assignment because I wasn't deemed necessarily important or the right person to give this history, because it's better to hear from the horse's mouth. She retired as a senior officer on the advancement of women at the United Nations. In fact, that was the office that was in place before the birth of the UN Women. You know, the advancement of women. All those in fact, she was a member of the committee that analyzed it.
First of all, I was the secretary of the Committee of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and at the same time I was a legal advisor of the Beijing Conference and assistant legal advisor of the Human Rights Conference in Vienna.
I fished her where she was hiding. And thank God she will not hide from me anymore. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, we'll still have time for questions. Those of you who want to ask us some questions we couldn't understand, we'll get to that level. We need to run with time because we didn't start early. So I'm going to, we've heard from the historical perspective, and we want to hear from regional perspective as regards to women and peace. And I'm calling on Dr. Betul Assigos. I hope I got it. Assigos. He is the New Jersey representative of the Set Them Free, a civil society dedicated to raise awareness on the arbitrary detention of mothers and children. And her focus is on history of gender and minority rights. So I call on her history. Please clap your hands. Today is peace.
Thank you, Dr. Rada, and thank you, Dr. Kitu. Today, first of all, let me say good morning to everyone. Good morning. And just to practice for the speakers as well, Jambo, and salam, everybody. Today, I was just listening to all those facts, realities about women, about discrimination, about peace, and I don't have a long history in the United States. It's just 3 years. But what I see in here and what I saw in Turkey is it's women, I think, fighting for peace more than men. I'm sorry, we have brothers here too, and I have my husband too. But I heard some organizations with the names like Daughters of Abraham or Sisterhood of Salam, but I never heard something like Sons of Adam or Grandsons of Noah. So there's nothing like that. I mean, if I'm wrong, just correct me, but I never heard it. But I heard many daughters, sisterhoods, okay? So we are really fighting for peace, and because maybe we suffer more in unpeaceful times. Maybe we are being hurt by violence and by other things a lot more. So I just want to start with my story. I have a limited time, I know, but I'll talk about my story, some facts about Turkey, how I become an immigrant in the United States, and how we started to build a community, and how we maybe contributed to build peace through Set Them Free. Okay, I was a professor for 15 years, teaching history in Turkey, and at one night, all my life changed. Things will be very, very familiar to maybe your countries, and some stories, some patterns in different countries. But the thing was to put the long story short, okay, there was some corruption going on in the country, there were policies undermining the democracy, putting it like seeming the democracy. So I was in the oppositional side, I was just an opponent of the government. So what happened to these people, which were opposing to the government in Turkey, is this. The corruption investigations were just canceled, they were closed, and media talking about those things were closed, newspapers and everything. So, and those policemen and judges and people who were investigating those things were jailed. That was the first step. Okay, it doesn't when a disaster comes, it doesn't come actually for just one night. It comes like with states, and it takes time, and it happened in those states in Turkey. So, and a fake coup, a military coup, a theater of coup was just organized by the president, right now, the president. So, what happened is a witch hunt after that. So all those people, I'm going to talk about women actually. Many professional women, empowered women, were just depowered, disabled at one night by the government. Right now in Turkey there are 17,000 women jailed. All of them were like they were public servants, and they were very powerful women. If they're going to speak up for something for women, for discrimination, they were already on those. So, and I was one of them, and I lost my job. I was purged, I was labeled, there was no possibility of even finding a job again. So we just decided to immigrate, and how this story started there, I mean, in the United States. So after coming here, of course, coming to a different country changed a lot of things. I just learned what it means to be an immigrant, what it means to be a refugee, and what kind of stages you have to go through. And you understand, okay, so you have some new weaknesses, you have some new strengths too, but you have some new hopes and new fears. And you need a new home, you need a new job, you have to build up everything. You need peace in mind, having all these things, having those traumas in yourself. And I started with myself actually, I mean, getting some certificates and getting some, being in the market, and just taking action for myself first, and starting with myself. I thought if I cannot fix myself, I cannot fix other people. I was just, the first year just went with crying for what happened to my sisters over there in the country, what happened to me, what happened to the children we have. So there were these things in my mind, and I understood, okay, crying is just not enough. It's something too. You pray, you cry, that's great. but also you should take action and you should do something positive. So we came with some 15 sisters again, and we set them free for the people, for the women and babies kept in prisons in Turkey, and we started to build our community that way. So we started to contribute to peace. I mean, it was very humble, but still it's something. And we are Set Them Free as an organization trying to raise awareness for the human rights violations, women rights violations in Turkey. And especially we are trying to get the attention of the community in here and in the world to the case of the women and babies, because in this witch hunt period, they are attacking actually women more, especially if the women are pregnant. If they are affiliated with some oppositional groups, let's say, they are their target, and they become, they are attacking pregnant women because they want to hurt humanity more with this. They are putting women with babies of like 3 months, 2 months, newborn, to the jails because, again, they want humanity to be hurt more. And we just said, okay, we're going to start with women and babies case. Yes, there's other numbers, scary numbers. Overall, there are 70,000 people jailed. I mean, yes, I mean, women are those two. And we started with women, just focusing on women to be like limited and working on like more organized. So Set Them Free is started to raise some campaigns for awareness in Manhattan, in United Nations. We are organizing events, actions, some social actions to take together to help those people, those silenced people to speak something. And later on, we just realized, okay, we can do something more maybe. And we started to bring help to the refugees and to the immigrants. Most of the refugees are settled in Greece. They are fleeing the country because of those events taking in the country. So we started ESL, online ESL courses to the refugees. They are in Greece, but we can support them with online courses. So ESL courses started. Right now we have 176 students within 12 classes, online classes. We have volunteer ESL teachers that we organize from United States, from England, from other countries in the world. So this is one of the things that we have language of opportunities provided to the refugees. And the other thing we are doing is the psychological help for those people, because being an immigrant, being a refugee, of course, you have a story. Your mind is not in peace, first of all. So you need, mentally, you need help. So the psychological help also is through online by connecting volunteer psychologues to the people in need over there. And also we are fundraising activities. We have fundraising activities side by side this. So Set Them Free is just trying to empower those women who were somehow depowered and fled the country, who were lucky to flee actually. And for the ones jailed so far, we are raising campaigns, social media campaigns for some walls in Manhattan and some other places. These are the things we are just trying to raise. We are trying to build actually peace, and we are trying to build a community helping peace. I can say more about facts in Turkey, and the numbers are huge. On one side, on the evil side, there are numbers like hundreds of thousands of people affected by it. Maybe if you add the children, it's millions of people affected by evil, some evil doers. On the other side, when I look at Set Them Free, what we are doing, okay, we have 12 classes, 176 students. I mean, looking at 2 tables, 2 figures, it's sometimes giving you like, it was me, feeling sometimes like losing my hope, and how come we can deal with it? Because the destruction is easy, but building something is really hard. So sometimes it seems like impossible, but then I realized something. I saw a verse in Quran saying that killing a human being is like killing all mankind. And applying some logic on it, so helping, saving a human being is like helping all mankind and humanity. So I decided to continue this, although it seems like very impossible, although it seems like we cannot compete with evil, but still it's worth, because one person, one child, one baby, if we can take that baby out of jail, is worth to do that. So, yeah, thank you very much for listening to
Yeah, thank you. I want to pronounce your name the African way. So, you see, when you work in the community, you have a lot of things to share when called up to talk. But one important thing why I strive to hook, in fact, I disturbed Mohammed 24 hours. Even when he's sleeping in his bedroom, I was testing him, where is the speaker? And I was able to get you because we need to extend the mission of 1,000 women in religion to your country and to your religion. So we are going to talk about that and see how we can work with your organization, because what we need to do is to raise chapters. You see, the United Nations is for everybody. It's not just for the president or the first lady. It's for everybody. The decisions are taken there on us. And it's unfortunate that we don't know what is taking place. What are those resolutions? Even when it's taken, how do we know about it? The UN is like from the office of secretary to the mission, from the mission to the president, from the president to either the minister of foreign affairs. What about those in the grassroots? We were in Nigeria sometime. We went to the market and was telling them about Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality. The women market were telling, what is it all about? What is it all about? What are you talking about? We've not heard about this one. Another person said it is not for them. It is for you people there. I said, this thing is gender. It talks about you and me as women. So that's why we are trying to establish these chapters. But the people through religion, I'm a Christian, and I know Christianity came on with the Bible, prosperity, turning things around, and all the rest of it. But time is now where we need to use more vocabulary to talk to people about themselves, about their community, about their right, about what they need to know about themselves. It's not just talking the Bible the way we understand it, but extending it, building more vocabularies to be able to hear what you can do to help your community. We are looking at sustainable development goal era. Sustainability. No longer managing, don't manage anymore. We have to sustain it for our generation. And we cannot sustain what we don't know. That is why it is very good that we establish these chapters, meet-up groups. The women conference is coming up. The CEDAW, most of you don't know what is CEDAW. The Beijing Declaration, all those things. I knew one time I was in secondary school when they said women went to Beijing, and there are a lot of stories that was taught. And then that thing had been growing. Today is 25 years now. It's 25 years. And discussions are still there. Everything about women is centered from that decision at Beijing. The 1210 awards, everything that led to the UN Women, that led to Sustainable Development Goal, Millennium Development Goal on women, gender equality, and all the rest of them. Decision makers, putting women in position, getting more women in office. It started from that Beijing conference. But I was young, I was a kid, I didn't know what was that. So we did education, we did knowledge to understand what conspired, and then be able to transmit it downward to our generation. So that's exactly what we are doing. So I thank you, my sister, for your time, and instead of time to tell us that peace is actually her motion, her focus. She's here with her family. Can we just clap for her husband? So I want to jump on one. He told me that the road he took from New York, they are doing construction and he's being on traffic, but it's coming. But I'm going to get into Dr. Derek Samuels, who is going to give us on the business forum on how we can move our initiatives forward. Dr. Derek?
All right, thanks.
Dr. Derek is the president of Derek Samuels Institute and Leadership.
Thank you, Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Derek Samuels. I am the voice against stagnation. I mean, you can't hang around people like us and remain the same. It's not possible. I will talk you out of stagnation, and I will drag you out of stagnation. That's why I've been able to help over 100 people, especially the black community, to finish their PhD. When you have something to offer, people respect you. When you have something within, they give you audience. I hate stagnation. That's why the water in the kitchen sink, they don't smell good because they lack mobility. But whatever you throw at the ocean, whatever, it's always fresh. As long as you move, there are opportunities waiting for you.
Absolutely.
Let me begin by telling you stories of two students from University of California. They went to Calcutta, India for vacation. One had sight, one had vision. They got to Calcutta and saw millions. Both of them saw millions of people living in boxes, in hunger, in poverty. The one with sight started crying. But the one with vision began to ask, what can I do to help solve the problem of this people? Two people seeing the same thing, interpreting it differently. So they came back to California. The one with sight began to tell his friends what he saw. Emotion. And he never solved the problem. But the one with vision said, what can I do? He went to a manufacturer. They began to design plastic shoes in millions and began to ship them to Calcutta, India, for about 25 cents each. And his name is Tom McCann. I'm sure you're wearing one of his shoes. Because the eyes that look are common, but the eyes that truly see are rare. And that's why I've come to tell you there are a lot of opportunities waiting for you here or where you came from, but you need to know how to access those information. You know, sometimes we look at business opportunities or forum as something very complex. It doesn't have to be complex to be great. It can be simple. A simple structure can help you. So I want to give you just very simple strategy. One of the simple strategies that I use in business is the word ASK. What is ASK? How complex is that? ASK is what? That word ask is a strategy. I use it all the time. I was in a flight traveling to one of the states to do training. So I was reading one of my books. I read my book because my book is a message to me. So the man sitting down next to me said to me, oh, this picture looks like you. I said, yeah. So you read your book? I said, yes. I read my book. So he grabbed this book. That's one of the smallest books I wrote. So within 27 minutes, he finished reading it. So he gave me his number. I didn't know he was a CEO of a big company in Missouri. Be careful because you don't know who is sitting next to you. So within a week or two, he gave me a call. He said, can you come and do training in my company for 30 minutes power lunch and 15 minutes question time, which is 45 minutes. He paid me $5,000 and flew me first class.
Wow.
You notice that in life, the people that you need or the people that will help you to the next level may not always look like it.
Sure.
That's why you have to be a nice person. Everybody say, be a nice person.
Be a nice person.
Don't be a complex human being. Be complex. Just be nice.
That's all you need.
That's the reason I didn't come here to teach you very big. I'm a professor of business. How would I be teaching you people's management? No. Let's calm down. Be a human being. Everybody say, be a human being.
Be a human being.
Smile. Because the person sitting next to you may be all that you have been looking for, but may not look like it.
Be sensitive.
I was eating at a restaurant, Thai restaurant in New York City some years ago. There was this young black girl serving, black American man. But because I understand the power of being nice and ask, when she's serving, I'm saying thank you. You know there's dignity in labor, correct?
Yeah.
No matter what you do in life, be proud of it. That's why Abraham Lincoln, he said, teach my son that $1 earned is worth more than $5 a pound. It's more dignifying to be a worker than to be a beggar.
Yes.
So I didn't know who she was. She was just serving food. So I said, I'm a speaker. Always open your mouth to what? Ask. You know why? Your mouth was given to you to ask, not to gossip. It's not a gossiping instrument. It's an instrument to ask. Come on now. Oh, I didn't know that she went to Rwanda to serve for 2 years. So she knew a lot of prominent people. But she was serving food. And that's how she said, I will connect you to Rwanda. My life has changed since then. I've met presidents. I met vice president of countries. In fact, last year I was invited by the president of Uganda to speak at the National Prayer Festival for the entire nation. That was the connection. At a restaurant by a girl who never looked like who would take me to the next level. You can't be here. I don't pursue the powerful, I pursue the available. Because the available will always take me to the powerful. Most of you are pursuing the powerful, and the powerful is not helping you. Pursue the available. The problems around you, in your county, in your country, everywhere, there are businesses waiting for you. Pursue the available. Everybody say pursue the available. Because the available will take you to the top. They don't look like you. So open your mouth and ask. Learn to ask. When you come to a meeting like this, let people know who you are and be a nice person. I was doing a training in Philadelphia on project management. The lady that was a receptionist, she, at the Regis, one of the Regis offices, she's the one that, serving us food and all that. So one of the participants in my training noticed that she's just a nice human being, sweet and kind. The lady didn't know that she, the participant, is one of the top level managers in her company. And just asked her, do you want to work for me? I'd like you to work for me. That's how she just got a very good job, almost 3 times what she was doing. The place where you will meet your next level may not always look like it. Yes. I I'm teaching you what is working for you.
Yes.
Number 2 things I want you to do is that don't wait until everything is perfect for you to take steps.
Yeah.
I want you to make mistakes.
Yes.
Because mistakes are the gateway to the next level.
Yeah.
Most of you are where you are because you are not willing to make mistakes. You know, they teach us about preparation, the power of preparation. They also teach us the danger of under preparation. But nobody taught us the danger of over preparation. Most of you are over prepared. You know how it is for you to eat overripe fruits? Some of you are overripe fruits. The greatest enemy of businesses is perfection. I want to wait until I get all the necessary instruments. Time is going. I want to wait until I get all the information. When will you ever get all information? When will you ever get all knowledge? When will you ever get all connections? Start anyhow. Go and make mistakes. I prefer that when next I see you, you are telling me the mistakes you made than you told me you didn't do anything.
I know.
Many people are like this flower called the Titan arum. Titan arum takes 9 years preparing to blossom. 9 years in preparation. But by the time it finally blossoms as a flower, it smells like corpse. That's called it the corpse flower. It smells like dead body. 9 years preparing to blow. Google it, Titan arum. Titan arum. It takes 9 years preparing to shine, preparing to be nice, preparing to blossom, preparing to be perfect, preparing to incorporate the business, preparing to do the website, preparing to. By the time you are ready to come out, it's already old. Most people are carrying ideas that is already old. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Somebody's doing it somewhere. So you have been waiting for the 25 years ago, 5 years ago, waiting for you to be perfect. Somebody else is doing it. How do you want to do a business when you are not ready to take decision and make that decision very quick? The world is moving very fast.
Yes, sir. Every day.
Next thing I want to tell you, number 3, is what I talk about, the power of information. Oh, if you want to do well in America, pride yourself in information. Information is key. Think about how much America spends every year on seeking information. You need information. You need knowledge. I can tell you right now in America, over 3 million jobs are in America without skills to match it.
Yeah.
Without skills to match it. 3 million jobs in America. Because we're now in the era where people are talking about blockchains, people are talking about cyber security, people are talking about artificial intelligence, and you are sitting down at home. No, it doesn't work that way. You got to update yourself. The greatest regret on earth is the regret of self-abandonment. Many have abandoned themselves, especially women.
You're correct.
That's why Dr. Ada and I just finished writing a book called The V3 Woman. Women driven with vision, with value and virtue.
Wow, good one.
Because I've seen so many women, as their husbands were growing, they were not growing. Your husband is adding colors to his feathers. He's going to school. He's meeting people. You are sitting down. You are doing nothing. After 25 years, what happened? He has moved on. You are just there. And you wonder why things are not at the level. As your husband is growing, you have to grow. Come on now. Information. Adding knowledge to knowledge. Meeting people. Let me tell you the truth. Don't be afraid to meet people. And when you need to buy them lunch and have meetings. Stop waiting until they buy your lunch. You go buy people lunch.
True.
I was listening to one of the richest men on earth in the US here. He said he spent over $1,000 every day buying lunch for people for business meetings. That's about $365,000. Success is not cheap.
Yes. Good one.
Stop waiting until people buy lunch. Anybody you need to meet, take them out, buy them lunch, and have a meeting. That is strategy. I do it, and it works. Another thing I want you to do is be a doer. Everybody say be a doer.
Be a doer.
The difference between those making it and those faking it is the action they took.
True.
You are fake if you don't take action. You are very fake. And there are many fake people. They just talk and talk and talk, criticize and criticize, criticize. Take action. Everybody say take action.
Take action.
That's what I do. Uganda. I came back from Uganda in December last year. I was speaking to a lot of women. So when I came back, in that conference, I noticed that the questions they were asking were practical questions relating to marriage. So I came back home, I began to put them in books. Everyone say action.
Action.
And I wrote the book, The Marriage Mathematics. How mathematics keeps what chemistry brought together. Chemistry has brought a lot of people together. It takes dollars to keep them together. Everybody say action.
Action.
When you take action, the word will be on notice.
Absolutely.
Some of the calls I get every day is because of the action that I'm taking. My calendars are getting full every day because I am taking steps, and as I'm taking steps, they have no choice but to make it happen.
True.
The businesses are all around you. All those problems are around you in your community. They are opportunities. And let me tell you, never underestimate yourself.
Yes.
Don't. You are good enough. You are powerful enough. You see, I was born in Nigeria. I'm in America now, a naturalized citizen, but I have an accent. This accent is an asset. It's not a liability. That's why, 2007, I took my resume to a university here in New Jersey. They did not invite me. They did not advertise. I invited myself. Some of you need to invite yourself. I knocked at her door. A Caucasian, chair of the department. I knocked at her door. Why am I mentioning Caucasian and black? Because it doesn't matter your color if you have value.
Absolutely. Quality.
How come?
Quality.
And she lifted up her head and said to me, yes, can I help you? I said, I am Derek from Nigeria. Because if you have something to offer, you will not be ashamed of where you came from. I am from Nigeria. He said, yes, what can you do? I said, I'm here looking for problems to solve. He said, who told you we have problems? But look at the storyline. I said, I can solve this problem, I can solve this problem in this subject. She just took, she just ran the professor that scheduled classes. Next semester, I was in. No interview. She doesn't know me. She doesn't even know the degree that I have. In next semester, that was the journey into my teaching in the university. You can't win crying. That's why I was coming out of one of the radio stations in East Africa recently, and I just met a young man who was selling belts. And he said to me, buy this belt, original, made in this country. And I love that. I love hustlers. And he used his teeth to buy. He said, you see, it's leather, it beat it. But while he was doing that, while I was negotiating price for the belt, there was a woman with 2 kids. She was crying. She said, please, We need to eat. We have no food. Self-pity, write it down. It's not pretty. Self-pity, what? It's not what?
It's not pretty.
Self-pity is not pretty.
Okay.
Self-pity is ugly.
Yes.
It's an ugly. When she was crying, I told her, ma'am, you see this man, I want to buy belt because he has something to sell. What do you have to sell? Cry? I don't have anything to pack your tears. If you have something to sell, I will buy. You are selling tears.
Yes.
And I don't have bucket to carry these tears.
Yes.
Oh, come on now. Don't think you are the only one that has problems.
Absolutely.
We all have.
True.
Self-pity is not pretty.
It's not.
You are not beautiful in self-pity.
Mm-hmm.
And I never bought anything from her, but out of compassion, I gave her money. And I asked her, how long have you been begging? She said, 5 years. And these children, instead of them to be going to school, and school system in that place for them is free. You are carrying them to beg. Self-pity is not what?
Pretty. It's ugly.
Life is not how much you cry, it's how much you try. That's why one of the greatest women today that live is called Florence Jenkins, Foster Jenkins. Florence, before she died, she was a soprano singer, but she was recorded as one of the worst singers. Can you imagine that attribute to your name? And you're on Wikipedia, that you are one of the worst singers that ever existed. But before she died, she said, because anytime Florence is singing, instead of taking a low note, when she needs to take a low note, she takes a very high note. And when she takes a high note, she takes Google her, Florence Foster Jenkins.
True.
Guess what? Before she died, she said, many will say that Florence could not sing. But nobody will say that Florence did not sing. Florence tried her best. That's what she's trying to tell us. We cannot be trapped in gender bias syndrome.
Yes.
I'm a woman. I'm gender. No. The word is not gender bias. The word is idea bias. That's why. That's why many CEO of GM Motors, name them. They are women.
Yes.
It's what you have inside here that matters.
Exactly.
When you have whatever you have inside here, no matter the challenges, it will come out.
Yes.
No matter where you trap a woman of value, of virtue, of vision, she will come out.
Absolutely.
Have value for yourself. What you have is good enough. And where you are is great enough to begin. You are powerful enough. You are strong enough. I don't need to remind you of how beautiful, how strong, how powerful you are. You are already.
Yes.
You need to start taking steps because that is who you are. You are strong, you have something to offer, the world is looking for opportunities, and you are the solution.
Yes.
Don't join the critics. Be among the doers. Those doing will always have opportunities waiting for them. That's why Dr. Adam and I, we are going to be launching the V3 Women because we want to be teaching women entrepreneurial skills so that they can have something, because your take-home pay cannot take you home. Your take-home pay, it cannot. A lot of business opportunities here. How many of you live in New Jersey?
Yes, me.
How many of you live in New York? How many of you have what they call? I'm a teacher, so. Okay. How many of you know what they call MWBE? MWBE. MWBE. Women Minority Business Enterprise. How many of you know? How many of you know? How many of you live in New York City? You see, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, this is very, very important place. You are where you are by the level of information you have. This year alone, de Blasio, the mayor of New York City, has increased business minority budget from 400 something million to 1 something billion. That's a piece of big cake that you need to cut into. I am an MBE, which is Minority Business Enterprise. You know how many contracts that come to me in a day? I just finished bidding a contract of about $1.5 million to do training for the Department of Education, the Youth and Social Development in New York. And you were in New York. It's something in New Jersey. Every state in America has a minority business. It can take you about 4 months to do the final registration. And guess what? Registration process is free.
Wow.
The training is free. But you don't know. I was in Italy not too long. They asked me to speak to black people community in Italy. I got there. The pastor that invited me, sorry to go into the religious, he invited me. I said, what can I teach your people? He said, they don't have job. How can you not have job in Italy? You came all the way from Africa looking for a job, and you came here, nothing to do. How do you explain that? So I went to town. Everybody go fire. I went to town. Everybody say went to town. You have noticed that since I've been teaching, everything is movement. All right?
Yes.
Movement.
Yes.
I went to town to look for a job for these Christians. I found 11. But they were not very good paying jobs. Some you can wash plates, some you can clean. But whatever your hand finds to do it well.
Do it well.
Is it not more dignifying to be working than to be begging?
Yes.
So I came to the Sunday service where I was to speak. And the bishop said, I began to lead them in prayer before he invited me to speak. And begin to call the fire that the fire is a devil that will not let the people get jobs. From Nigeria, from Grandview. How can they? And I started thinking, where is, you see, well, there's witches in your father's service. They're not there. I said, you have been killing these witches for 40 years. Movement. Women, listen to me.
Movement.
Move. You will remain fresh. Tap into information. And when we begin to do entrepreneurial, because we are going to expose them to different business opportunities they can be doing. We are going to launch this book at the United Nations Delegate Dinner in March, right? We will talk a little bit more about it later. We want to help them. It's not how much you cry, it's how much you try. Thank you. Yes. She's asking me if I have my books. Yes, I brought my books.
Yes.
I've written about 15 books now. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Derek. If I tell you that Dr. Derek grew up in a Christian family, not just Christian family, he's a nephew to the present Anglican Primate of Nigeria, Bishop Oko. That's the nephew. In fact, he once told me that he was babied by the present Anglican Primate of Nigeria. He was babied. So, for us to know the history, the background of some of our speakers, that when they talk out of not only experience, out of knowledgeable experience. I said it, knowledge experience. You don't just talk because you want to talk. You know. So when I do my events, I look for them. And I've been, in fact, he has to cancel his trip to, I think, Rwanda.
Yeah,
Uganda. I told him whether assemblywoman or man or president is calling you, you must speak at this event. After this event, you can go. So I'm happy he's here because we women, we spend time in gossip. You see, when I was growing up, I think I was in class 2 or so, I used to know children in the community. And then one time I told you, she said, I want that agreed, and there was fight. After the end of the fight, our mothers had it. And what was the problem? I can't even remember. It was a nonsense issue. But the fact was that she said, he told me, and I told you, and I told you. It kept on growing. And then, after our mother looked at the nonsense, flogged us, then my mother came inside the house and called me. He said, what will put you down is two things. The people you move with. Less minds gossip. Great minds discuss ideas. So choose one you want to belong. That's why I don't have friends. If you see me with any woman, we have an idea we are good. Once you sit down to gossip, I beg God, 24 hours is not enough for me. Give me more hours. Because by the time the global warming is making the time to, climate change, the time is running. By the time you know it, it's 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I have not finished one. Let us think ideas. We have a lot of things. In Nigeria, when I was in Nigeria in my school, I used to tell my children in nursery and primary school that tell your mother that in her pot of soup there is mathematics, there is English, there is science, there is subtraction and addition. And the boy in primary 3 went home. The mother was cooking. And the boy was tired. Not this children. Don't tell them anything. He went to the mother, the mother where he was cooking the meat. He said, do you know what is in this pot? The mother said, hey, na meat there. And the wife, you boy, I said, Mommy, no. Do you know what is in this pot? The mother said, what are you? Mrs. Okika said there is mathematics, there is English, there is science, there was primary science. The mother said, what? Where is it? He said, inside this pot you are cooking for me. And the mother didn't understand. The next day, the mother came. It was a disturbance. He kept on disturbing the mother. He should know there is mathematics. Then when father came back, as they were eating, he went to the I said, Mr. Oka said that this food is you are eating. Mommy gave you, there is mathematics, there is English, there is primary science. It became an issue in the family. And then the following morning, all of them brought him to the school. The father didn't go. He said they want to know the mathematics. They want to know the English. And they want to know the primary science. And I told them the mathematics. Maggie, oil, salt, tomatoes, what again? Ose, crayfish. Is it not addition? Meat, fish, stockfish, chocolate, all those guys. It's not mathematics. Now, if you are 10 people in the house, from that pot, you are doing what? You are subtracting. And then when you calculate all those and times it by how many people multiplication? And the father and the mother looked at it. The son that was up to 7 years said there is mathematics in the pot of soup. And it was an issue in the market because their business, they went to the market and it became an issue. People want to know how there's mathematics in the pot of soup. So women should stop gossiping. Think of something more serious. There is pot of soup. There are so many business ideas in your pot of soup. That is the mathematics. There are so much creativity in your brain. That is primary science. Then you write it down. It's English. So we don't just stay. These days, there was era where it is our beauty. My mother told me, the beauty of a woman is two things. What you have here and how you manage it. All these things you wear, diamond, gold, that's why you can never see me go. Because that it was era of, when you put on gold, you are the wife of a rich man. When they put on gold, I look for fashion. Because it makes money. My mother said, the beauty of a woman is not in what you wear, but here, and how you manage it. And United Nations said how you sustain it, sustainability. So let's change our dynamics. Let us readdress all these languages that Dr. Philomena just told us, the history about United Security Council, the history of this and that and that and that and that. The whole creativity is here. And they throw it us. What do you do? What do you do? You have a lot of things to do. Give more time to them. By the time you look at your job, look at the office table, then you leave the job, you come back home, you look at the children. By the time you finish the children, Oga Wahala has come. Yes, by the time you finish all these things, check the time. It will be either after 12 midnight or to 12 midnight. And then you come back to yourself and struggle to put yourself together to put down your head. 7 days a week. 7 days a week. These days, you know, that time when we are in Nigeria, you go to work, you know, Monday to Friday, the Saturday. Of course, Nigeria, they don't have time anymore. By the time it's Thursday, it's either housewarming, it is either 50th birthday, it is either burial, it is either wedding. That's right. Abi? Yes. So no more time, then you finish it from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. You go to church from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. You're in the church. Huh? Is it?
At the 10th year memorial.
Oh, 10th year memorial. You see? So there's no time. First forget about this nonsense. This more. Let's leave something for our children to move. Yes. Leave something for our children to move. What are you going to tell your daughter getting married to a different man? Different orientation, different background. At the age of probably 25, 26. You just carry and say, I do what. She couldn't even manage her own siblings in the house. That the same mother, the same womb, the same family, the same place, the same pot of soup. They always struggle to be brothers and sisters. And suddenly by the time he's 28, he's saying, well, time. The mother will sit you never meet that man. You always talk to, when is he coming? The pressure will start. And by the time she says, yes, I do, another agenda 2021. You will now start to manage that individual. I keep on saying this in Women Forum. When I was having suitors, my father said, this one is not good, this one is not good, this one is not. At the stage, it was like my father was trying to, in fact, I believe he doesn't want me to get married. You know, that's a, and I was going to the church, and the pastor said, let's pray, your father doesn't want you to get married. We started praying that my father should want me to get married. And that was an issue. And then it now happened that one day, I went to him. What is wrong with this one? What is wrong with this one? He said, my daughter, your generation is bad. And generation after you is worst. Take time and get one. And I can understand that. Until when I entered the journey, I started seeing our generation was really bad. And done after all. In fact, these are children, they don't know what is management. They don't know what is management. They don't even want to hear that the economy is bad. You see that university, mommy, my friends are going there, I want to go there. Barely. You are talking any other thing. You say, Mom, you see, that's university. Yes. In our own time, who born you? Who born you? My father will give you 5 naira pocket money and give you notebook. When you finish, before you take another pocket money, bring your notebook. Show how you. I use it. My father was a lawyer. He went to University College London. You are not that, he was a trader. He wasn't a trader. But he will give you notebook with 5 naira pocket money. By the time you come again, you bring your, in fact, when coming for pocket money, bring your notebook. But these days, they will take thousands of money and they will stay on phone and tell you, Mom, my money is finished. You must provide. That's not a lie. You see? In those days, when our fathers finished work, the next point of call is their wife's soup. The food of their wife in the house. They are going back home to eat their wife's food. These days, from office
to restaurant.
So we have battle to. So we are trying to digress all this for you to see the areas that conflicts. Conflict is not Iraq and Iran or Nigeria, Boko Haram. There is conflict in the home.
Yes.
These are conflicts that needs to be threaded or that needs to be broken, that needs to be bind. But the bottom line of the whole thing that let us change our paradigm, the women. Change our mentality. Think of what you can do for yourself, for the family, for the community, even for your church, for your religion. Think of something. Start a group, design it, develop it, write about you. When you go to internet, you see foreign people, 18 something, 17 something. Google any Nigerian African woman from 1998, you will not see. No story, nothing. So let us change, because change will begin with us. This is why we are talking. Change, and then to extend to our children, and our children will learn and go down, so that things will be better for us. So I want to tell you that Dr. Derek has written a lot of books. But the one about, we are talking about the victory, has to do with driving force and values of women. He gave me that book. I read it, the manuscript, I read it. And I said, keep it until the Commission on Status of Women in March. It's an ideal for women. That book alone, there is mathematics, there is English, there is primary science. When you read it, it defines their own mathematics. It's like a manual, in fact, manual on Beijing Declaration and all these things we're talking about. You know, one thing, men were doing that every time. Violence against women, violence against women, violence against women, violence against women. It was like a song in the mouth of a violence against women. And then I asked them a question at the UN, during the time Michelle Bashar was at the UN, I said, what about the women violence against women? That was my interest. I wanted, because if a man violated, want to violate, I violate him back. Yeah, but what about the one that kills motion? Emotion is the one from the woman.
Yes.
I really honor the Defense and Police Officer One Association. The way they behave. I said, are these really women from Nigeria? My sister, my sister, my sister, my sister. With respect. If I tell Madam Iba, I say, please don't, please, my sister is the president. She has to tell us. I mean, are we not the same women? These days, we wear the color of women pastors. And start pastorizing fellow women. Let us change. Be our keepers, be our sisters' keeper. If you are in a flat of eight building, a building of 8 flats, and you had a sister crying in that other flat, probably the husband is beating her, leave your point of duty, open the door, go to him and knock on the door. Yeah. Once you hear knock and the door open, the man will carry his key and go to bed. He will stop beating your sister. Action. You know, this is India. When you talk about India started it. You say press the bell. Once you hear any parallel woman is crying, the next thing they will hear on the door. And open. They will not talk. Once you open the door, they will just look at the man and the woman. The man will carry his key and go. That's how violence ends. If you don't do it, you might kill her. 2 years ago, a man, a taxi driver, killed his wife, a medical doctor, that went to Queen's College, Lagos. They don't care. The next thing will tell them they go to jail. They say we are going to jail. They don't care. But is that the bone of contention? Is that how you help your fellow sister? If a sister is not doing well, I know in my school, the mother would, you know, these women, these are good mothers. She was doing her business, Coca-Cola distributor, making her money. The children were owing school fees. One day I locked them in my bedroom for them to come. Because they will tell you that if you don't pay school fees, Mr. Oka will lock you in her bedroom. I love the children, very intelligent children. And the following morning, woman came. Hey, Mr. Oka, why didn't you tell their father to pay their school fees? I was just looking at her on my table. When she finished talking, I sat her down. The first time, I asked her 2 questions. Who is the mother of these children? She. Do you know that these children are very intelligent? She said, she don't. Then I asked her, if this man dies tomorrow, who will take care of him? Hey, he's following women. Let him follow women. Do your right thing. Do the right thing. Your children is the right thing. Let him follow all the women. Wish you well. But do your right thing. You have the money. But he's using his money to follow children. But God gave you. God saw you using his money. No one will translate the Bible. Don't translate it well. God saw this man is using his money to follow women. And he gave you opportunity to Coca-Cola. Are you the only one that applied for chief distributor? He gave you opportunity that they are giving you bottles and bottles of Coca-Cola every week. Fridge or everything. If you don't sell in retail, you sell in bulk. God gave you that opportunity. Because God is sending this money to his early grave. Why don't you follow your children? I tell you before, it was not up to 1 year. The husband died. Out of HIV. Now, she began to distribute her children. Her sister in Benin carried one. The one in Lagos carried one. And I told her, you cannot leave them from the school. And I forced her to stay taking care of them. Out of those children, one is a medical doctor, the other one is a lawyer, the other one is in the bank. Because we were looking at the man. Dr. Derry said, the man is preparing himself, making himself, make yourself. Leave him to follow. So far you are blessed. If you are blessed with your marriage, thank your God. You don't know the plight of women who are not blessed. So change our life and let us think about women. Think about we women. Support each other. Don't put them down. So that we grow and make heaven. Hillary Clinton's contestant for election. They say it was a woman. She's the best candidate. America is not to be a woman president. So when are we going to be ready for approval in Nigeria? Thank you. So, Dr. Derek, thank you so much. I know the books are here, and I hope all of you will take the date, March 12, 2020, to launch the book of V3, March 12, 2020. And so shall it be in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. Yeah, we are running fast time. We should give you a letter by 3:30. Everything is done here. We are done. So, I think Lord Robert came in. Oh, thank you, sir. Please come over here, and we have to jump you over. And I thank God you're here. We need to look at education and training on Security Council 1325. And Lord Robert Thomas is the legal consultant to law firms. He's a member of International Association of Arbitration and UN Ambassador and Special Envoy for WOMI attached to Geneva. He came all the way from Geneva. And America, New York showed him that traffic in another state is not easy. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you. Please, but before, can you stand up a little bit and stretch yourself, please? Sorry about that. Yes. Sorry about that, stretch yourself. Yeah, because this is a very serious training. This is why we are here. 13:25. You know? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I will let you resettle. Once you're ready, please let me know. Do you want to take a few minutes break? Because I see everyone is actually talking. So if you want to do that, then come back. Because I'd rather have your attention rather than stopping and starting. So I suggest you just have a 5 minutes break and then you come back, yeah? It's now 1 o'clock, so may I suggest by, maybe say 5 minutes past, so you can start by 10 minutes past? Yeah? And it will be as brief as I can. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and a delight to be here with you. Having heard the last presenter, I'm pretty certain that you've been rather overwhelmed today with very useful information. And I hope that we don't just take what is said as another statement, but as something that we intend to enact. So, I wanted to actually ask you, and the reason why I'm asking for everyone to be inside is precisely because one of the key reasons I have found that there is a certain amount of ineffectivity is because of the misplacement of timing. By misplacement of timing, I mean, if you do all the right things the right way at the wrong time, you will have error. Shall I repeat this? If you do all the right things the right way at the wrong time, you will have error. So, understanding timing is critical. And one of the key aspects of understanding timing is called synchronization. I today would like to start by highlighting, first and foremost, not just the resolution, because the resolution is a subject about a subject. Am I explaining myself correctly? It's a theme about a subject. Who is the subject of the theme? Anybody can tell me? Who is the subject of the theme 1325? Sorry?
Women.
You should be going me. I can't do that, but you can. So I'll repeat the question. Who is the theme about? I'm still not having synchronization. I will answer it again. Who is the theme about?
About me.
About me. Say confidently. Who is the theme about? 1325 is about you. And understanding who you are and what you represent is what will bring forth change. I can give you 1,000 theories. I can give you several law cases. But until we don't start by understanding the number one principle, who are the participants within Resolution 1325, we are still at starting point. We will not be able to go forward at the pace we are meant to because we have not started by having realization. So let me ask you, and you've probably never heard this, what is then a woman?
The human being.
She's a human being, that's correct. But what does a woman represent?
Symbol of peace.
Nobody?
Symbol of peace.
Symbol of peace? Probably. Probably.
Change.
Change? Yes.
Mother.
Nurturer.
Mother.
But above all,
The mother.
she is
The mother.
an originator. Women have been given the ability, this is why when they walk into a room, they can find fault with the decoration. This is why when they sit into a place, they are the first one to notice who is wearing Gucci and who is wearing Prada. I say to men, do not think that you are the one that conquer. Women are the ones that conquer men. And if you don't believe me, try and go to a funeral in Ghana, and you will see who is in charge. I just came from Egypt 48 hours ago approximately. I was there for a week. And one of the things they asked me to observe and to comment about is the disparity of women's power within Egypt. Well, I'm here to tell you that's utter rubbish. It may be in other parts of the Middle East, but not Egypt. Egyptian women are the neck that moves the hip. I saw them in the airports. I saw them in the legal offices. I saw them in the decision-making points. And I went, the spirit of Nefertiti lives on. I heard my sister speak earlier. And by the way, you will see me digress and go back because my first degree was history. Article 1325 essentially was just the affirmation of what existed already, with the only difference that it was recognized. So prior to October 2000, what we had was the knowledge or the information. Let me correct myself. Prior to October 2000, we had information about the representation of what women should be, not just in the United Nations Council, but in general. Come October 2000, it is recognized. Do you know you can be in a place and still not be noticed? It is time that we change that. How do you get noticed? And you can be noticed for the right reasons or for the wrong reasons. Women are recognized in Bulgaria. Women are recognized in Romania. But they're recognized for being part of a gypsy gang that are allowed to go and steal and be part of a control of prostitution. That is not the image that I believe should represent women. Do you know why? When I asked the question earlier, I wanted to say this to you. The right to bring forth life, the right to oversee, the right to supervise is in a woman by default. This is why we don't have Father Nature. We have Mother Nature. This is why we don't call it. Don't get me started. I could go on. The right of a matriarchal system came out of here. But what I find nowadays, having dealt with cases of mental health, having dealt with separation and litigation, I find that the identity of what women stood for and represented, the women themselves don't even know it. And so we have a big problem. Resolution 1325 is not going to be fully enacted until, and I will make this prediction, and I am not a prophet, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I will tell you, until the competition #1 stops. You cannot have the 4 key pillars of prevention as #1 when you don't have a sane or healthy approach to each other. You cannot. Where there is more than one vision, you will always have division. And the reason why the statistics of the numbers we have are what they are is because women in today's generation are insecure. I can prove it. I don't compete with anyone. I know what I can do. I will suggest that you do the same. You are unique in your own way. Whether you are from South Africa, whether you are from Sudan, whether you are from Togo, whether you are from Benin, whether you're from Mozambique, whether you're from Angola, whether you're from Somalia, Swaziland, whether you are from Mali, whether you're from Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, whether you're from India, whether you're from Goa, whether you're from Bangladesh, it does not matter. You are unique in what you bring to the essence of what you can do. What we have is an issue where prevention has not happened, where preservation has not happened, where we haven't seen transformation because area topment of this day and age does not exist. Until you are not put in a place where there is a need for you to make change, you will have time on your hands to be doing nonsense. And I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but I sit and I watch. I am on a subway and I'm watching. I'm on a plane and I'm watching. How are people's time occupied today? My son made a statement to me about 2 months ago. I said, "What you doing, Jay?" He said, "Oh, Dad, I was just waiting and I'm just killing time." I said, "You never kill time. Time kills you." I said, "And the mere fact that you believe that you have time to kill is the beginning of hell." I wrote something, actually I've written a few things and I will share with you openly. I was approached by 4 editors and asked not to publish it. They put a blank check in front of me. So what I decided to do is to disperse my material via different people. Let them get the credit. I said to them, "Don't worry about copyright, just make sure you copy it right, otherwise we have a problem." And they have done so. Now, if you don't realize, actually let me demonstrate. I like to use a board. Let me pick, I need 3 letters. 3 letters. Anybody? I need you to give me a letter.
M.
M?
T.
T? Anybody else?
W.
Sorry?
W.
W. So M, T, and W. Alright? So let me split it. This aisle here, we're going to do a very interesting exercise and demonstration. I'm going to give you M. Alright? And I'm going to give you T. And I'm going to give you W. Right? Anybody? I need a timekeeper. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to create as many words as you can beginning with the letter that you have. Okay? Let's do demonstration. So, no, don't start yet. Synchronization. Back to synchronization, okay? Okay, let's do this properly. Yeah? We ready? Everybody's got a piece of paper? I need us all to participate. You will see what this is about. Alright? So, with the letter T, and let me get my phone so that I can time it and put it per second. And the time starts now. As many words as you can make, starting with the letters assigned to you. W, T, and M. Now, each group focus just on their letter given to them. $30 seconds. $40 seconds. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Everyone stop. Hand on deck. No pen, still writing. And now let me see something. Please count and tell me, how many words did you get? Please numbers, how many words you got?
15.
How much? 12. How many did you get?
12.
How many did you get? 15. Okay. How much did you get? 8. How much? 15. Very good. Anybody else? About 15. How much did you get? 20. Very good. 17. How much did you get? 13?
Yes.
Very good, sir. 18, very good. You, sir? 20, very good. So the highest number is so far 20? Yes? Now give them a round of applause. The reason for the exercise is to demonstrate one simple thing. Everyone with the same tool and the same amount of time will achieve a different result.
Yes.
And if you can realize that, you don't compete with the other person, because where you may achieve with one letter 18 results, that other person may achieve only 13. But where you with the letter M may achieve 13, they may only achieve with the same thing 5. So, is there really a competition? So why then, when it comes to our countries with the same amount of time allocated with us, we are upset if one other country has 2 more results? Violence against women, I want to transcend from just conflict and what happens in war. I want to go into what about violence of what happens pre the declaration of violence. I want to touch into the taboos of what goes on, which by the time they get to the reason that they accept violence is because they are already traumatized from their childhood. Violence doesn't start when they're just a teenager. How are they being handled and treated as a child? And many of you hear women today, I won't ask, I won't point to anyone, but God knows what you faced at a particular time, and that's shaped you what you are. And how you deal with situations. My question with you, which I would like to leave, is do you want it to continue? Do you want it to be the same?
No.
They can enact 20 different legislation. I work in law. I have been in law. I actually been appointed by an international court of justice as one of their judges. And the difficulty doesn't get easier. Legislating is not always the answer. Cooperation, I find, works a lot better. And by incentive. But how do you get somebody to cooperate when you don't even know what you want? And this is the biggest problem I find. Competition has blinded fruit of jealousy. Jealousy has clouded and caused us to lose sight.
True.
Envy has got more strength than the actual reality of what people really need. And so we find ourselves in a web of personal agendas rather than Agenda 1322. We find ourselves in an agenda where money drives what becomes lawful. And by the way, in law we have a saying, not everything that is legal is lawful, and not everything that is lawful is legal. So, how are we going to transform? How are we going to improve? I got some interesting numbers. I know them by heart, but just so that I don't make any mistakes in any one of them, I want to go to what has recently been happening. Melanie Venier is a former U.S. ambassador, and she was an ambassador at large for global women issues at the U.S. State Department. And she made a quote. She said, "The worry about things when it comes to women is that women are marginalized because of how they are seen. They are not seen as people with a capacity for leadership, but they are seen as victims." My question is, by who are they seen as victims? I would dare to say it starts by how they see themselves. You cannot lead from a position of what you don't have. You cannot give what is not in you. If you are tormented, you cannot bring peace. And how can you advise about peace when you are at war with your own self? Do you believe that an external solution is going to remove the internal turmoil that is going on? I talked to the best part of probably 20 counselors, and I assure you that it won't. In 2014, Dara K. Cohen published in what is known Sage Journal, a comprehensive journal of peace research, focusing on sexual violence in armed conflict, which she actually gathered from 3 main sources. It concluded that 129 active conflicts were taking place, with 625 armed actors involved in these conflicts during 1989 to 2009. Most significantly, she concluded that the problem was not to identify the challenges posed by enforcing Article 1325, but how to maintain a post-system after a conflict. In other words, the problem was not identifying what the issues were. Her research concluded that the problem was aftermath of dealing with issues. There is a tendency of running away from responsibility in this new day and age. There is a tendency of finding blame. How many people have come across that have said, I am a product of my environment, male and female, to which I say, nonsense. You see, Sojourner Truth could have said the same thing. I'm a product of my environment. But she decided to change her name and call herself Truman because she decided, I am not going to be what I was designed for. I am going to make a change. And in doing so, not only did she reinvent her own self, but she managed to reinvent a part that inspired other women and brought forth inspiration for what we have as civil rights. I think you women deserve a round of applause. When a woman wakes up, she is a danger. A woman inspired is an atomic war weapon. A woman that is driven, you cannot stop her. This is why when it gets into the areas of manipulation and the art of war, they didn't recognize that war had changed. They recognized that the art of war had become evidently necessary to have the participation of women. But is this really new? Ellen of Troy, how many years do we go back? Ya Asantwa from Ghana, how many years do we go back? Oh, I'm not making this up. I have been having women heroine before Wonder Woman was written by DC Comics. It existed in Africa. My question is, where is it today? It existed in India. Where is it today? It existed in the Middle East. Where is it today? Are the Mother Teresas of the 21st century going to be found on the internet? Question. Are we going to find her on Vogue magazine? Or is it what MTV produces? It says that morality inspires law. But who was the compass of morality? It was the mother you knew. It was the woman that raised you, that defined your compass. If that compass is broken, I dread the future we have. here today, women, you see, I remember my upbringing. And I remember what those women stood for. Yes, they face violence. Yes, they face abuse. But boy, do I admire their resilience. Because against prejudice, against racism, against oppression, against low salaries, against next to nothing budget, they managed to hold a ship together. And they were focused in doing so. What has happened is my question today. When did the paradigm shifted? That our moral compass now is dictated by some crazy person that stands on social media and tells us that this is where we come from. Whatever your religion, whatever your faith, I deal with reality. It's not about opinion. Kemet existed. And at the epicenter of Kemet, there was the Nubian women. There was the order of Selketa women, which by order what they meant is there was a system that they were the ones that looked at legislations that were happening in Lower Nile and High Nile. They inspired the writings of Cairo, and they ended up inspiring the institutions that were put in place by the Bedouins in the Middle East. I believe that today some of them are turning in their grave to see what was fought for is looked upon as nothing. I cannot ignore your struggles predating what you had to face. But where are the young ladies today? This is about women in the UN. I salute you. One of the few here that are young people. But where are the majority? There is no integration. And yet still we complain. Oh, only in 2018 we had the first history being made of a woman being head of the Department of Political Affairs within the UN. But why is that? Why? Because when it's time to take an action, there are other things occupied. If I can achieve anything today in getting you to realize that you don't have as much time as you think, I've achieved everything. So 3 things I want to leave with you that should be at the forefront of every one of us. How did I come to this conclusion? Having worked with some of the biggest names mandated by whatever the world approves as status quo, having achieved wealth at the age of 21, my accountant made a mistake to tell me that I had hit 1 million. And I turned stupid then. And not ashamed to say it. Having done all of this, I came to a conclusion one day. When the years come and go, what is going to be said of me? And I remember sitting down with a billionaire, old folk, about 80 years of age. And I said, what would you do different if you had the chance to do it all over again? He said, I will focus on 3 things. And it's in my mind. Number 1, learning. Number 2, leadership. Number 3, legacy.
Number two.
Learning, leadership, legacy.
Good.
You cannot have legacy without leadership. You cannot have leadership without learning.
Without learning. True.
And what is happening in our society today is that people have information, but they don't have knowledge. You haven't learned just because you are informed. Somebody can tell you that 42nd Street has a shop. You don't know how that shop is until you go there and you see it. So there is a misapprehension in today's society that because we have the era of information, we have the era of knowledge. We have lost knowledge, therefore it's impossible to have wisdom. I want to appeal to you, women, go back to your origins of your learning. What made you who you are? So that you can create a leadership framework that will bring forth a legacy. Otherwise, you are doomed the next generation. It is our responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I will finish on this point, just to ask you to think. As somebody that operates in law, I come across all sorts. And I literally mean all sorts. Storytelling, did criminal law, did human rights. So I hear it all. And within 5 to 10 minutes, I'll look at them. Young man, stop lying. Oh, look at her, young lady. Enough of the show. So we get to get a quick assessment. But I want to say this to you. And this is what I want to leave in your mind. The actions that you take today is what will mark your tomorrow. And when I said you don't have time, let me demonstrate it in a quick exercise in front of you. Between the ages of 18 to 21, you go and get a degree. At that time, you're trying to find resources to sustain yourself. By the time you get to the point that you achieve those resources that can cover for your expenses, you are somewhere between 35 and 40. By then, you have 1, 2, or 3 children. But here is the thing. By the time you hit 40 to 45, you're in half-time. Because half of your life is already gone. My question is to you today, at half-time, the second half of the match, how is it going to go? Who is going to win? And what is going to happen? It is about time that we make the right choices. I choose to behave differently. I choose to interact differently. I choose to go another way. I choose to have a better way. And I choose to leave a better legacy. What are you choosing? Fame? Position? Gucci is making his money.
Yeah, right.
Prada is very wealthy. Keep on advertising it. For free. Or are you going to be the person that picks up and see there is a need to do something? This is how each one of us are important. You talk about faith, you talk about Christ. Do you realize that some of you are the only Jesus, the only angel, the only Savior some will ever see? Do you realize until you go in and do certain things, that young lady that is being battered, nobody's going to do anything? It's a choice. And I admire I want to see change for the next half of my life. That is what is going to dictate my legacy. What is it that I want to see happening? What is it that I want to see happening? And if you say you want to see something happening, then what are you doing today? How many schools have you helped build? It doesn't take much. I funded from my own pocket an orphanage for 15 years. Is it impossible? Went to Brazil last year. Refugee crisis. Venezuela. UN said we can't go in. There is a madman named Maduro. So nothing can be done. And everywhere I turned, the answer was nothing can be done. Asked for funding, nobody wanted to touch it because it's too political. It's sensitive. Talk about rape in the home is also sensitive. Talk about abuse going on with children in the house is also sensitive. By family members within places, or we keep it as taboo, is also sensitive. Hear what? I don't give two monkeys about sensitivity. I'm action, not just because you see me here standing. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. I've demonstrated it from the bushes of Congo, from standing in front of the generals in Liberia, never yet afraid. And so, getting into Brazil, I said, we can't have it. And everybody turned around and said, what you gonna do? I said, watch me. You coming or you're not coming? I went on my own. Within a week, 7 other people crazy like me joined me. And I said, we have people starving. What is UNICEF doing? We have people starving. What's UNESCO doing? We have people starving. What's going on? Oh, we can't do nothing about that. I said, I will. Within 24 hours, I created a feeding program. Within 3 days, the local businesses came around and said, you put us to shame. How can we help? I said, you don't have to be ashamed. What can you bring to the table? Do something. Stop talking. I said, what are you going to do? One supermarket said to me, should I donate rice? I said, no, he's already donated 10 kilos of rice. I need you to donate some protein for the people. What can I donate? You can get some pasta. What can I donate? You can get some tents. What can I donate? And 5 supermarkets committed to start helping what the government was not looking at. I said, you want the real publicity? That's how you announce your supermarket.
Yes.
That's how you tell that you are for the people. So when they make their money, they will come and spend it with you.
Yes.
Every one of them jump on board. You know how much people now, the program fees with ADRA in Boa Vista, 7,000 people a day. Up until March, I went back. The governor said, I want you in the paper. I said, I don't need your publicity. I didn't do it for publicity. I did it for the people. It starts with people. So, it's not something I'm lecturing you about. It's something I'm inviting you to be part of. I'm saying every one of you, start something. Let it be that next year when you come together, you can say, here is what has been done. I went into Cotonou and I changed something up there. I started a little school. I went down into Bielsa and I started a little school. You know what is really sad? We hear about Ken Saramoa, but we don't know about his wife. What did she go through? We hear about the case of Okpakpi versus the Royal Shell, but who is the woman really behind it? We hear about what happened in Botswana, but who really is behind it? The first person to prove that we have been around for more than 15,000 years was a woman in Botswana. And today we have the evidence to say that we were here long before that. Where are those women in our midst now? It cannot continue. It cannot continue. So, who is going to start? Something. We got a big group here. It was me alone. 7 people joined me a week later. 6 months later, 7,000 people's feeding program has been attended. A reallocation program is happening. What if I had half of this room with drivers and leaders like you? Do you know what could happen? This is what Malins Williams spoke about. How does one sector remain systematically impoverished? Mental attitude. If you're impoverished in your mind, you will only see poverty. If all you see beyond you is that war, that's how far you're going to reach. But if you see, I have to do something. That young lady there could be my child. That young lady over there could be my mother. Until we don't develop that empathy, nothing happens. Legislation don't change until it hit close to home. Are we going to wait for something to happen before we make something happen? Are we going to wait to see more bodies before we decide it's going to stop? Are we going to wait until there is a disaster? What? How many more Chernobyl's do we need? How many more Hiroshimas do we need? The point I was going to conclude with. And sorry I digressed. I got approached with a check on the table by what is known as the pink pound in England. And the pink pound stands for the Gay Society. And I said, they tried to entrap me. And they probably thought because of the color of my skin, I bought my degree from a banana boat. And so, therefore, they fling the question at the same time, different ways, and it didn't make any difference, it was the same thing. They just wanted to know what was my thoughts. I said two things. One, everybody has a right to their choice. That's why people get drunk. That's why people get high. That's why people commit suicide. And that's why people rob. Because they make a choice. I said, if that person chose that that's the lifestyle they wanted, it is their choice. I said, but what I have an issue with is when you want me to accept your choice and call it good. You talk about dysphobia, homophobia. I said, what about phobia against what's right? I'll leave you with this. I said to them, you want to know my opinion? Pick a village, Brunswick in New Jersey, and let everybody in there become gay. Visit that town in 60 years and tell me if Brunswick will exist. I said, yet still we send people to the criminal courts on the basis of destruction of humanity. I said, do you really want to continue questioning me? The questions were stopped. Ladies, gentlemen here today, please, let's become a difference. Let next year, let's hear about the initiative, the education, the school, the application of 1325 by each one of us. It is not what the text says, it's the context that we need. Have a great day.
All the way from Geneva. I think the men are doing us more good now than before. We are proud of the men now. You know. So it's a real challenge. Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to announce that Africana Women Working Group is a network of NGOs. If you have an organization and you don't know how to organize it to action, come and see me. We'll help you strengthen your organization. will help you keep it to work. You know, but don't tell me you are the founding founder. The founding, I don't want to hear that. Yeah. Because that is slogan from Nigeria. When you do it, they say, I am the founding founder, the founding president. I don't understand what it is. You know? Here you start organization to help the government, not to be the founding founder. So please, we'll help you organize your organization.
The founding father.
I had the founding patron, the founding matron. I had all those things among the lead people who started the organization. And then when you ask them, what is your mission statement? Founding founder. Thank you so much, Your Lordship. Thank you. You know, it's not easy to pull a judge in Nigeria to come and talk to me. Yeah. Even women judges, I don't know how many of them you can call to an event and you pick up a flight and fly 7 miles, 7 seas and 7 oceans to come and talk to a small group. You know? So even the women judges, they will not do that. So thank you so much. And I thank my boss, Dr. Banista, for making it happen. Because I know in his next word, he will not pray to me, Dr. Adai. Then you keep meeting me because I can disturb you for what I want. So thank you so much. And we are going to build on what you just said. And we have to have you as an advisor. Today, 1,000 women. You are going to be an advisory council. Tap into what you have said and move our machinery forward and keep busy. Take action. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the time is running on us. I will still have very few, and I want the next 3 speakers to please take action. Please take action so that we get out here as soon as possible. I want to call Dr. Oti Abajo, who is from the Department of World Languages and Culture, Van Wert University, New Jersey. Please, something you speak to 5-7 minutes, the 3 of you, so that we get on. Anyhow, if you want to come over here, I will make your question now. No. Come on, one. Or you want me to call the 3? Okay, it's okay. It's true. Let me do that. Please, someone put out 2 chairs there. Sorry. Yeah, 2 more chairs. No, put it here. That one is one. Take 1 more. Yeah. Put the 3 chairs there. Yeah. 3 chairs here. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, I call on the next one to sit. There is Reverend Jules Johnson, who is the president of Haitian Americans for Haiti. And Larry Bello, the executive director for Lear Foundation, Nigeria. So these 3 they're not panel per se, but we want to hear from them strategies. We have had a lot of get to work, take action. We need to hear from them the strategies to take this action. Dr. Oti will tell us what we can do with cultures and women, from cultures and women. And then Reverend Johnson will not only give us the spiritual impartation, they'll give us a global overview. What can we do, like partnership, relationship? How do we, from Africa, connect to Caribbean, connect to Asia, connect to America and North America? And Larry will look at when a woman is not healthy, she doesn't know what she's doing. So what strategy can we do to balance health and peace in what we are doing? So I start with Dr. Oti.
Okay. I got this text message. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And Utime Agbajo Laoye, Agbajo by inclination, and Laoye by induction. And I'm from Nigeria. I'm from a place called Warri in the Niger Delta. A few days ago, I got a text message, a WhatsApp message. WhatsApp has spoiled the world. Nowadays, you look at the profile to know who is sending you a message. I looked at the profile and I said, oh, she looks nice. I say yes. The other thing was I was supposed to go to Nigeria on Wednesday night to go to my nephew's wedding today. I bought the ticket. I almost checked in, and I called my cousin, and I said, listen, I'm staying with you guys. I'm not going to surprise you guys today. I'm not just going to show up. And she said, oh, you can't come. The road has cut into two, the express road. So even if you fly to Lagos and then to Benin, you can't get to Warri because the road is the express road, which is the major road. And that's why I'm here. So I called Emirate and I canceled my flight. But the thing, I want to start from there because we were talking about global warming. We haven't even gotten there yet. We're not talking about global warming yet. We're talking about lack of infrastructure. That a major road can cut into two, which means that nobody is moving, especially the people who cannot afford to fly. And there are not enough flights. I was supposed to fly, the economy ticket was 75,000, and there was no guarantee that I was going to get there. So I just wanted to throw that in, that while the rest of the world is talking about global warming, we haven't even gotten there yet. Yeah. The other thing, and bear with me, I don't have like a big lecture, but I'm trying to kind of respond to some of the comments that have been made here today. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is about women, development of women. Salman Rushdie, one of my favorite writers, said, if you walk into a room or you walk into a crowd or to a marketplace and you cannot see people, there's a problem. Yes. Because sometimes we do not see people. And I say this because I am one of the lucky ones. I grew up in an affluent home, private education, and so on and so forth. In fact, I didn't enter my first public transportation until I came to the US. And a friend of mine used to sit on the outside of the bus because she thought I was going to fall off. Because I would go with the bus is turning, and I'm going, and I'm holding on to it like my life depended on it. But then the important thing is for us to see other people. Yes. That when you look in the mirror, you just don't see yourself. You want to be able to see other people as well. That there are women and men who have done very well. But there are also women and men that are struggling, especially women. As one of the speakers talked about, a woman who is begging. And we don't think it's a nice thing. My hometown is Warri. It's one of the oil-producing countries, but there's unemployment. And when I say unemployment, there are no jobs. Yes. There are young girls, teenage girls, between the ages of 15 and are trying to be nice. And in their 20s, they're single mothers. There are no jobs. Even if there are jobs, there's nobody to take care of their kids because the men do not acknowledge those kids. And that is the reality. So, for example, in November, I'm planning to go over there and do a daycare that will be subsidized for single mothers so they can put their kids and then put it up. So that if you're, I don't know about other countries, but if you're a Nigerian, you cannot say people do not ask you for money. I'm constantly sending money home. This does not mean that I have too much money, but that's the reality. That's the reality. So when we talk about peace, what is peace? A person who cannot travel cannot experience peace. If you have to stop and wade through this slimy, dirty, squashy stuff, that's in itself is violence. Violence is not just somebody hitting you on the head with something. Violence is the quality of your life, or the lack of quality of life. The other thing that I want to also talk about is the idea of how men and women achieve. I'm a professor. I came to this country with 4 children. I can't, in the summer, there was no way I could take off for 3 weeks to go write a book. I might leave my kids in the house. Sometimes we've done this research. It is easier for men to pick up their bags and go than for a woman to pick up her bag, leave her children, and go. So those are some of the realities that we as women must acknowledge. The other point that I want to make is one that I think is very interesting, in the sense I heard people talk about gossip, that gossip is a bad thing. No, gossip is a good thing. A community where people do not gossip is not a community. I live in one. I don't know my neighbors. I've lived there for 20 years. But they know me. They will call the police. They're looking at me through the window. And as soon as they don't think it is me, they're going to call the police to arrest me that I'm breaking into my own house.
That's right.
But they don't interact. And that is not a community. When we talk about community, we're talking about a community where people interact, where people gossip. If there's a bad man in that community, you talk about the man. So he does not oppress 10 women or does not abuse 10 women. A bad man will marry 5 women who are friends. But they don't talk because they never talked about him. It's okay. And the same thing with women too. A bad woman, we need to talk about that bad woman so that we can rescue whoever is going to have interaction with the woman. And this is what I call constructive gossip.
So constructive.
Gossip must be constructive, because if people do not talk, there's no community. It doesn't matter how beautiful the house is, how the neighborhood, how affluent the neighborhood is. If they're not talking, it is not a community. It's as simple as that. So when we talk about peace, we've got to kind of look at all of these things. We've got to look at peace. What is peace? I was looking at a 9/11 person's definition of peace. And it said there's calmness. And I'm like, no, peace is not about calmness. Because there's that calmness that comes before madness. The person is calm, but the person is ready to blow up. The person is going to kill somebody the next minute. So I want us to think about this, that peace is something that is inside of us. It's in everybody. It's like spirituality. It's in each and every one of us. It's not in the bed. It's not in the bedroom. The bedroom is sometimes a place of discord. The bedroom is sometimes violent. It is not the bedroom that makes for peace. It is what you have in your heart. It is what you bring And so you have peace. I'm thinking about peace in the sense that the peace emanates from your inside outwards. And if we all have peace, and the peace emanates outward, imagine how peaceful this room would be. So we need to begin to think about things a little bit differently. Community, peace. And what do we want to do with peace? I don't care about myself. I don't care about a fully grown woman. But my mother used to say that it's like you want to straighten a dry stick. The stick will break. I'm thinking about young people. I live in the US. I teach young people. And you cannot imagine the amount of violence, the amount of discord. You cannot begin to imagine the kind of conflicts that some of those people carry around with them. And they're young people. So what do we do for the future? And the message that I said, I send this message to not just women. I know this conference is about women, but I think it should be about men as well. We want to teach peace. It's about values. You want to be able to institute peace in your household, in your children, the values that your children have. Those are very important. I tell women, you're raising a son. Raise a son that you want to marry. Don't raise a son that you do not want to marry. Because you want to raise a child, a son that is different from that husband that you're always abusing. That husband that you have so much problems with. You want to raise your son to be respectful, to respect women, to do some of the work. And the last thing that I want to talk about, 7 minutes, right? Okay. The last thing, talking about raising children. I know the first speaker talked about equality. Once upon a time, I'm in gender studies, I'm in Africana studies, gender studies, cultural studies. I call myself intercultural literature in English. And I stopped talking about equality. Because there's nothing like equality in this world.
Absolutely.
You cannot measure equality. You cannot say, you must love me equally. You cannot measure love. You cannot say, okay, I give you one love, and you must give me one love too, and then I give you one cup of love, and so on. I think we should talk about complementarity, that we complement each other, that men and women share, not necessarily equally, but share in the task, in the idea of creating this peace that is very, it's actually very difficult. We live in a very difficult world today. There's so much conflict. For those of you who live in America, I went to Europe recently. I went to London, Geneva, Zurich, and Milan, because a friend of mine and I were saying we need 2 years away from the US. So we are shopping to look at what country we're going to spend 2 years, just so we can get out of here. Because like you all know, we didn't come here to die. Nobody. I would dare any African who said when they bought their ticket to make the trip here for the first time, that it was forever. No, it was not forever. So with what is going on in America today, I said to myself, I need 2 years away from this place. And it can't be Nigeria, because and it's home. So I want to end with one of my favorite writers, Muhammad Ali. This is from his book, The Soul of a Butterfly, Reflections on Life's Journey. It's a book that I recommend for people to read, especially young people. And this is what he says. The first thing, because we live in a material world, many of us came to America because we thought we were going to make money It doesn't matter whether you make 100 million or 200 million. It's what to do with your money that makes the difference, right? And he says here, when I look at the world, I see that many people build big, beautiful houses, but live in broken homes. We spend more time learning how to make a living than we do learning to make a life. The other thing that I thought was interesting in defining peace, he says religion, and because the discussion here is around Christian women, right? All religion, religious women. He says here, he says, religion and spirituality are very different, but people often confuse the two. Some things cannot be taught, but they can be awakened in the heart. Spirituality is recognizing the divine light that is within us all. Substitute spirituality for peace. Peace is that light that is in all of us. How many of you here get angry? Well, change the anger to sadness. Because anger is violent. Yeah. It's good to be sad. It's also good. It's very interesting
To be sad.
Well, it's very interesting because an Indian, a Chinese writer, Amy Tan, said one of the characters, one of the women in the novel or in the movie, said she had to learn how to shout. Not shout in a negative way, but put your foot down and say, no, you can't do this to me. It's okay for a woman to go to a workplace and have tea. There's nothing wrong with having tea. It's if the tea crosses the line. That's when you now say, wait a minute here. I'm having tea just as my male colleague is having tea. Because tea is when a lot of development takes place in the office. Again, I'm responding to one of the talks, right? That it's okay. It's when it crosses, like a friend of mine's father said, when a handshake passes the elbow, then you must be careful. You must say, hey, stop it. But having tea, just make sure as a woman, you're not the one making the tea. They don't make you make the tea in the workplace. The last thing that I want to is, this is his point. He said, God bless the world. I hope that one day, all nations, great and small, will be able to stand up and say, we lived in the pursuit of peace for all. Maybe then, there will come a day when instead of saying, God bless America, or God bless some other country, everyone, everywhere will say, God bless the world. And he gives us a recipe for good life. This is his recipe. Take a few cups of kindness. Take a few cups of kindness, 1 dash of humility, 1 sprinkle of laughter, 1 teaspoon of patience, 1 tablespoon of generosity, 1 pint of forgiveness, 1 quart of love, and a gallon of faith. Mix in determination and add lots of courage. Stir it up well, spread it over the span of your lifetime, and serve it to each and every person you meet. And that is what he calls the recipe for good life. That is what he is. Thank you for listening, and thank you for having me.
Wow. Thank God I was able to get this thing out. I didn't know there's so much in that brain. Thank you, doctor. Actually, I got to know her through a friend, and I never met her. We never spoke. But when I came in, she was asking me, someone sent me a text on WhatsApp. I said, I'm the one. So, thank you for your time. That's a wonderful knowledge you just gave.
Yes. And Marie Umebu gave you, she's been asking me to come to the UN Women's Stuff
Yes.
for the last 20 years.
Wow.
And New York is kind of like another universe. New Jersey is not too bad because I live in New Jersey. It was easy to
Yeah. No, we came to New Jersey because New Jersey don't want to hear anything about the UN. They don't want to. You know, put it to them because we want them to start, but they are part of the system. You know? So now we begin to change your ideas. So that's about the UN. So thank you so
much. I like
much.
the UN in Geneva.
Oh.
I like the waterfall. Where is it?
Yes. Thank you so much. So your time is running, and I want Reverend Joe to come and take the mic. Reverend Johnson. Thank you. 7 minutes.
We at last. Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Today is a woman day. Today is a woman day, and I'm very happy to be here with you. Very, 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 very happy to be among my brothers, to be in the midst of my brothers, to be in the midst of my sisters, to be in the midst of my cousin, my wife. Because without women, the world will be empty. How many of you believe that?
Yes.
I remember, I'm not trying to do religion here, because I study like Bible, I study Torah, I study Quran. So the Three Testament. You need to combine them together to understand the world. If you do not combine them together, you will never understand the world. It's the same thing like women. For you to understand women, to understand how women is smart, very, 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 very smart. Women are very, very smart. But men take their intelligence. Smartness and intelligence is two different things. When so men come with force, women come with love.
True.
And any woman that you see, even you see a big man like that, if you want, you can make the man bow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care how big, I don't care how noisy is the man, the woman can make you bow down.
True.
You know? Let me tell you something about women. When Jesus, remember I said I'm not going to make religion. When Jesus raised from the dead, the first human being was there. That was a woman, right?
That's right.
How did she know that Jesus will be raised from the dead? Let's stay check. I show you how smart they are. And they know things, even though you go to all universities in the world, even though you go to the best school in the world. So the way women are smart, we cannot imagine it. The way because I try to study that human being. I try to discover that human being. So I'm in my 50s. Since I was born, I'm trying to define what women are. I can't. I can't. Woman is there to replenish the world. Because whenever the world is empty, when you have a bucket, you drink it. You drink the water in it. So the woman is there to replenish it. So meaning, woman is the one who produce meat, who produce them. Not only they produce meat, they can produce themselves too, because they are women. Because they are women. And in a certain way, woman is something for the other gender to be respected, meaning for men to be respected. We cannot talking about peace if you're abusing your sister, if you abuse your wife, who is dear for you. You cannot talking about peace if you say, on the outside you love them, but on the inside, that is fake love. Fake love means, so I said I love you when I see people around, oh, this is my wife, whatever. Inside of the house, go and see how bad the men, how violent the men are against women, because they take it as a very weak being. But I always tell them, you make a very big mistake. They're not. Don't take kindness as weak. Women come. Women know how to respect. They know how to embrace. If you think what I said is not true, I'm telling you about my mother. I was born like, my grandma was living across of where my mom is living, in the village, back in Haiti. 6 months old, my grandma used to bring me food all the time. At 6 months old, so you know, I go out. So you know, during the night time, my mom is asleep. So you know, I cross the street and go to my grandma. And so because I can get killed, because you know, back in the country, so you know, they will think I'm devil or and so whatever. So you know, trust me, you can get killed. I go to my grandma. When I go, my grandma said, I put my hand at the door. And my grandma thought he was the devil. Once or twice. They're looking for him. He was like at the door once this time. And I'm telling you, when my grandma opened the door, he saw that was me. She saw that was me, and he took me. And since then, I stay with my grandma. But I thought my grandma was my mother. But everybody tell me about my mother. I never believe anybody. I know she's my mother. And one day, I always say, my mother, you don't do anything for me. When you say you are my mother, you don't do anything for me. And you know what mother said? My mother said to me once? She said, let me tell you something, son. So one day, your grandma wasn't there. Your dad wasn't there. You're sick. I have to take you to see the doctor. I have to sell my earring. That I wear. The gold one, to take you to the doctor. Since then, I shut my mouth. Even though you see that women say nothing, they do a lot of things for you. But most likely they don't talk. Men always come and talk, you what I did, so for my son, for my daughter, whatever. Women is not like that. Women, they are calm. So when you see the water is calm up there, but down there, it's not calm. So that the way women is. I don't know why the world treat women the way they do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking questions. I cannot find anything. Keep on asking questions why they treat women that way. This America being like a democratic country since October 4th, I believe, 1776, women have right to vote after 144 years. What is right to vote? Because we are equal. Equality can create mankind. It's not create. When they're talking about mankind, when you go to Latin or when you go to French, men mean because they cannot say men, woman, they say men, but they are the same. It's the same way God is a father. We call it father, is a mother too, at the same time. Okay? That the way men cannot understand when God said, I create man. He did not understand if woman is inside of woman. The reason why you don't see woman, God put them in an envelope. Because it take one of men race. Okay. And let me tell you something about women. When you give women, when you're at home, when you give women groceries, what they give you? They give you food. They're smart. When you give women a house, they give you home, a family. Smart again. They are the only human being who can do that. When you give them sperm, what they give you? They give you babies.
Baby.
Take you,
Children.
babies. It's not. I hope I see you again.
Thank you for loving women. I love us.
Yes, thank you for appreciating us.
Yes.
You know. Thank you, Reverend. Sit down, you're not done yet. Yes, Mr. Bello, please take the mic. Fast man. I don't want to reduce your own, but 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes, prior to my coming here and having the information on what I'm supposed to talk about, I just made some little jottings. So I won't take much of your time. I'll be able to read from my prepared text and it's just like a 2-3 minutes text. So, and the most important message there is a call to action. So, understand. Let me thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm representing the Leah Foundation in Lorry, Nigeria. So talking about peace right now, peace has like a dual definition. Definition one is that of tranquility. Then the other definition is the absence of war. So in the context of saying we want to achieve peace and how do we achieve peace from the health perspective and from the woman's perspective. I now prepared this text. I want to begin with a quote from a former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. He said that we know that peace cannot be decreed solely through treaties. It must be nurtured through the dignity, rights, and capacities of every man. So to me, it's like a way of being, a way of interacting with others, of living on this planet Earth. I imagine this means that the question of equality is central to the attainment of peace in our community. No wonder peace and justice, as well as equality, form critical parts of what leaders. Okay. All right. I imagine that this means that the question of equality is central to the attainment of peace in our communities. No wonder peace and justice, as well as equality, form critical parts of what the leaders of the world have agreed as part of the criteria for the development of the world. I'm sorry, I caught home yesterday. The flight was a very long one for me. By the time I got here, I was so stressed. So you bear with me. I'm growing my nose from time to time. So, central to the question of equality is the quantum of opportunities that are available to everyone in our society and how much capacity they have to access these opportunities. As a matter of fact, I will suggest that the level of preparation society makes for its citizens is more important than the available opportunities. Yes, because what is the importance of opportunities which cannot be accessed simply because of lack of preparation? And if nearly half of the population of the world do not have the capacity to access their rights, or in some situations do not even have knowledge of the existence of those rights, how can we then say there is equality in the world? No way. And in the absence of equality, we would not say that there will be peace. We cannot speak of development. So it is on the strength of this argument that I want to propose right now that the most critical point to the attainment of peace in our communities is the education of women. Women are the fulcrum of the society. And women are society. They give birth to society. They give birth to community. So without women, there's no society. So most importantly, if you want to have peace, you educate a woman. It does not have to be formal. It could be anyway. So education of women is very, very central to the peace and development of the universe. You can then talk about bringing people together and how this transforms to give them a peaceful life. From the health perspective that you want me to talk about, because my organization works mainly on social welfare, health, and education. We've been at the forefront of campaign for screening for cervical and breast cancers, and these are #1 and #2 killer cancers in the world. So I guess you're coming from that and you want me to talk about that. And the truth of the matter is, if you are not healthy, there will even be peace, because the peace of mind will go away from you. Yeah. So where do you get peace from? So most importantly, we should all strive in our own little communities to ensure that we, at our own macro levels, to ensure that peace reigns in our respective communities. We must entrench all those values that promote peaceful coexistence wherever we may be. We should seek to educate and enlighten ourselves, and most importantly, be each other's keeper. We need to watch over each other. Your business is my business. Like what we just said here, you have a community of people, and these people don't get to interact. Nobody is watching over anybody. Some people you hear, they are so depressed and they die off in their house. You and I can help a depressed person just by merely talking to that person and helping that person live, helping that person survive, promoting peace in our communities. So we should learn to watch over each other. We should learn to care about ourselves. We should learn to know that, okay, your business is my business. We won't say entirely that, oh, it's none of my business. When it happens, it's not going to be your problem. It becomes the community's problem. So we should all learn to work for ourselves. I want you this forum to ask each and every one of us to commit to initiate strategies or a strategy in our respective local communities that promote the presence of peace. May the world be at peace. Thank you for your attention.
suffering from slight allergies. Sorry. Sorry, next time when I invite you, come a week before my date. So that you get settled. Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I have actually wanted him to come and talk because of what they're doing in the community on women. You know, the issue about cancer is tremendous among black women. And we seem not to take serious of that. But the Leah Foundation, they have a mobile clinic where they go into the community and do testing. Breast cancer testing, cervical cancer, and all this what. So, yeah, maybe because of it, they couldn't delve into their work and how best we can tap into that. So some of the people who have organizations borrow from the leaf for your own community. Let's save the life of women. You know, and I remember while I started this NGO work in Nigeria through one foundation in Benin. And they gave me one assignment to go and get blood pressure from women in the market. Now, when they taught me how to check the blood pressure and all that stuff. So when I go to Onitsha main market, I didn't go inside. Those women by the roadside, you know, they will sit on top of palm kernel soup, African salad, fried yam, roast yam, plantain. They will sit on top of it and be eating. And then when you ask him, do you have blood pressure? He will say, no, don't have BPO. Very fit. Now we put the tie the thing and the thing is reading 300. You know? And it became a serious issue. And I became afraid. That day, I went home, I couldn't sleep. My head was. These women don't know that. Is it? But they're healthy. And that's how a lot of them slump. You know, you move, you slump, you die, you sleep, stroke. And the worst of all that our medication is from expired drug from India and China. You know, so these are problems compounding it. So let's look at this health because we can help women identify their health challenges in their community. Thank you, Larry, for that, and extend our greetings to the president of their foundation, who is unavoidable as absent from today's event. Yeah, we've heard all those things that in the next program we are going to the next segment of this day for 5 minutes, and we're done with that before we go to the final segment. Now, this segment has to do with, as we said, we are expanding. We have chapters in Nigeria, we have in Kenya, we have in Togo, and we have in Jamaica, and also in China. And we're still expanding to bring in more chapters of 1,000 women in religion for peace. So before I get into calling the global president, Pastor Toyin, Marshal Pastor Toyin, to come and take over the mic, I would like us to, I don't know, just 5 minutes, any concern, questions for this panel, anything you want to ask them for clarification, just 3 minutes before I can thank them. Yes, yes, doctor.
Yes, I want to correct you, madam. When I said about the girl to be invited for tea, I meant, you know, a girl shouldn't give herself to a man to have a cup of tea, and sometimes even they have a cup of tea, and even it's not going to give her a job. So, as the doctor from Geneva said, we should be proud of ourselves, to know what we want, and also to, you know, to move forward.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a distinction between having
Thank you very much.
and making tea. There's nothing wrong in the workplace to have tea.
Yes.
Because people who have tea in the workplace just don't be the one making the tea. And they don't let the tea be synonym for something else.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have the tea and say, okay, beyond that, no. It has to be the same tea that the men have, because men do have tea. in the workplace.
Yeah. I think
But I know what you're talking about because I grew up in Nigeria. So I cannot tell you that I don't know what it means. But it doesn't mean that I should not have tea. I should insist on defining the tea that I have.
The purpose of the tea.
And draw the lines and say, these are the lines. It's easier in America. It's more difficult in African countries. Nigeria, for example, it's more difficult. The Caribbean too. To just have tea.
When we were young, my mother and my father had an argument. And my father told lies. And my mother said, you are telling lies. You're not supposed to tell lies. Or you are telling lies. He said, yes, there is intelligent lies. No, there is intelligent cup of tea. So let us drink the intelligent tea. Yes, not the other one. That's the summary of
There's appropriate tea and there's inappropriate tea.
So that's the message. That's the message. So the two are saying the same thing. But the only summary is the intelligent tea. Thank you so much. So any other comment or yes.
I would also love Dr. Elliott to explain a little more on this begging attitude, because what you were talking about, I guess, is somebody who is in need, because that's what we mostly do. But sometimes some people capitalize on your giving to be begging. So I suspect that's where talked about not being begging.
Well, yes, when he was speaking, I was thinking about Jonathan Swift. Okay, I'm in literature, so I tend to make connections. Yeah. Jonathan Swift was talking about Irish women. There was poverty in Ireland just before the 1980s in America. And there were all these women with children begging at the roadside, 6, 7 children were begging because of poverty. England had taken everything from them. There was no means of livelihood. And Jonathan Swift said, he was trying to be sarcastic. He said, look, you guys, you're poor. Since you're busy having so many children that you can cater for, why don't you start selling them? So you can take the money and become a landlord yourself. You can even have table, turn them into food. And that you can sell, and then he had this computation, mathematical computation. What he was saying was that they can fight. I'm not saying that people should not push, that people should not fight, but there are situations where it is not, there are no jobs. I'm not talking about people who beg because they want to buy credit in their phone. You don't have money for credit, throw your phone away. You don't know your phone. But there are legitimate, we must remember that the world is, women, even in America, women are still behind. There's nothing like female equality in America. Women don't get paid the same money as men. For us to say that is to give the wrong impression. The men in my university, they get paid more than me. The white people who are of different colors, I'm sure they get paid more than me. I've just asked my school to do a forensic examination of my salary because I want to tell them that if they've been paying me less, they have to give me what they didn't pay me. But it's the reality. It's the reality. Women are still struggling even in this country.
Yes,
not to talk about a country like Nigeria, where I was in a university in Nigeria before I came here. And I got there, I had to leave my car and my driver in Ibadan because I was in Obomoshi. My driver would drop me off, take the car back to Ibadan so that my kids can go to school. Then the driver can pick them up from school. So I was relying on my colleagues to take me in their car, and nobody would take me in their car. So my brother-in-law's friend was there. I said, bro, how come nobody carries me? You know what he told me? He said, oh, the vice chancellor said you are his own. They had divided the women on campus amongst themselves. And I was supposed to belong to the vice chancellor. So I now went to him and I'm from Forun. I'm in Shekiri. We fight. I went there and I abused him like crazy. And after that, he wouldn't approve anything that I applied for. He would say, well, when a dog barks, you don't wait for the dog to bite you. But then I left and came to America. That was one of the reasons why. But that was the reality. That's the reality. And it's easy for you to condemn it. It's very, very difficult.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. At last, you went down to what I was waiting to really listen to, the gossip aspect. So what you advised is, if we discuss good things, not just the things.
Because I call gossip is one that has destructive tendencies. You know?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
A guy makes a pass at me, and we are friends, and we don't tell each other. That's not constructive. We have to, women must say, women must speak. Somebody was talking about how women don't talk. Women don't only talk to, they don't refuse to talk to white people. They don't talk to anybody. They don't actually say what is wrong. A lot of the issues that women experience are unspeakable.
True.
They are unspoken. Because sometimes women are found guilty. Women are victimized as victims. They are victims, but then they are victimized in addition to being victims. So people will just say, they're going to ask me, what was I doing there? Why did I go
Yes, why did I go
Why
there?
did I let him rape me?
True.
You know? And some people
What
will
will I
say, so
say?
what are you doing there? Go to the kitchen. You know?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I want to call on. Yes, thank you so much. Why am I forgetting you guys? Can you clap for them again? Thank you so much. Yes. We need to pull out this thing as well.
Yeah. We can talk to
Yeah, today we are trying to inaugurate 2 chapters for the 1,000 Women in Religion for Peace. And I want to call on Her Excellency Marshal Dr. Mrs. Omobolande to please, who is an advisory stakeholder here in 1,000 Women in Religion, to come out. And our advisor, Dr. Yvonne Bannister, please come on. Come over. Yeah, come and join us. Yeah. And I want to call on the chapter, the new baby. You know, I'm just giving back to one. I'm doing twins now. New York chapter, Her Excellency Reverend Dr. Esther Okoye. Miriam Smith, Ijoma Mosu, Marisol Bamun, Debbie Middleton, please, this is the New York chapter. Please, can you stand? Come on. These are people who are trying to give the mandate to take charge of New York chapter for 1,000 women in religion. I'm going to call Pastor Toyin, who is the global president, to give them the vision, and then they will take the oath of office, and our advisor will decorate them, and Dr. Vanessa will shake their hand. So thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for standing with us this morning. We really appreciate your presence, your engagement, your actions, and all the speeches that has gone out. Thank you so very much. And to New York chapter, congratulations. We appreciate your contribution to the empowerment of women and girls in our community. The vision of 1,000 women in region for global peace. And I want you to listen attentively. The vision is for peace. And this has been launched by our former secretary to the United Nations. And I want to call you into action right now that Tabernacle Worship and Prayer Ministry received this mandate as having special consultative status with United Nations, in which you are now part of it. So this vision, as all the speakers has empowered us this morning, and today you are going out now to carry out the action and the mandate. The vision is to empower girls, women in all our communities. It does not stop in America. It's uniquely global. You represent New York, but you represent the whole world as part of this ministry. And God bless you as you continue.
Thank you. I hope you are taking the picture. Yes.
Wow, so beautiful. Congratulations. By this, the three of you, you are now called into action, and you are hereby, you have been honored to carry the title Marshal, Ambassador of Peace. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Please, can you clap for the new chapter? Thank you. Wow. So please, go sit and stand there, Pastor Tony, take a picture with them. And Mama, please, stand and take a picture with them. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we call on the New Jersey chapter, Her Excellency Ambassador Rosemary Wosu, Her Excellency Benedict, and blessings. Please go on. Can you come up, please? Time. No, not yet. Please, Benedict, please come on.
Congratulations to our latest marshals and chapter. We are here. Let's just raise the bar. Congratulations. Henceforth, you are now allowed to carry the title Her Excellency and Marshal individually. From now, you are ambassador of peace. You are now called marshals. God bless you.
Yes. So anyone who wants to be a member of any chapter is a membership gathering for women in religion in the world. So very soon, maybe the next one in March, we will upgrade the top chapter. Thank you so much. Yes, Your Excellency, please, nobody wants to, we need to unveil our banner at this time.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It gives me a great pleasure to be here this afternoon, and I'm indeed humbled to be saddled with the task of unveiling the SDG 16 banner. Before we do that, I'd like to say one or two things about the SDG 16, Sustainable Development Growth 16. It is about peace, it is about justice, and it is about strong institutions. What am I trying to say? National institutions have to be what? Strengthened so as to prevent crimes, violence, terrorism, extremism, and also social vices that pervades our society. This is, as a military officer's wife, I have some of my sisters here, the president of Norway, and also all my other sisters from Nigeria, and that's what we've been doing, preaching peace through various means. And of course, we believe that crimes, violence will go down if people are engaged, if people are empowered, if people are educated. Peace will reign in societies. And that's what we've been doing. We've been empowering our youth.
we've been empowering women, we've been empowering widows of our fallen heroes due to insurgencies. Everyone is entitled to what? A peaceful life. A life built on justice, on accountability, and on sustainable development. Once people have the basic needs of life, peace will reign in our societies and in the world at large. We all have different aspirations, no doubt about that. We all have different goals. But if we're able to come together to attain a common goal like this, SDG 16, will make what? The world a better place. We will have a world of love, of peace, of compassion, of justice. So, together, like I said, we can build a world of peace. So, renewed efforts like this is very, very important. We do this like every year. United Nations, we come, for programs like this to promote peace. And with that, we'll be able to achieve the goals of SDG 16. Of course, I want to use this avenue to appreciate Dr. Mrs. Ada and everyone that has been preaching peace. We really appreciate you. And I just want to encourage you to keep doing this. All of us here, we've heard, lectures here today that has to do with peace, that has to do with how we can touch lives, that has to do with making a difference in our society. So I know we're going back to our various countries, to our various locations, a changed agent, and God will help us.
Yeah.
So, I thank you all for, I wouldn't want to take your time. I have a whole lot to talk about, but, people have already enumerated what peace is all about. People have talked about the fact that, we have to sustain peace wherever we find ourselves. So thank you all for listening. God bless us all.
Don't go away. At this point, I want Her Excellency and our Lord from Geneva to do one very important thing for us. They are going to unveil the 5 P's of SDG 16 for 1,000 women in religion. And I want you to take note of their roles and why we chose them to play the role. Her Excellency is the First Lady of Defense and Police Ministry in Nigeria. And what officer, sorry, First Lady, she's the officer's wife, I agree, but she's First Lady. And these are instruments for what? Peace. And she's also going to unveil it with our Lord, the Judge of International Criminal Court. I just want to say that what we're doing is divine. Yeah. We didn't know about their position when it said that they are going to be able to unveil this banner. And it is a challenge to all of us, especially those of us in 1,000 women. So as they are going to want us to stand up for them in honor as the Judge and Her Excellency unveils this banner.
Ready?
Yes, ready? the 5 P's of SDG 16. The first P is people, talking about women, children, and youth in religious community across the world. We have the planet as environment, culture, and community of religion. Prosperity, sustainable existence of religious organizations in community. Peace, peaceful relationship among and within religion. So that religion will be stop fighting religion. Partnership, partnership and common purpose among women in religion of global peace. All these are our area of focus on the target for SDG 16. And all our focus, just as the 5 P's speak, is going to be on women in religion. So please, can we clap hands for this as we dedicate this and call on Dr. Barista to come and dedicate this banner. Please, Pastor Prince, stand by. Stand by, George. Why is it?
Shall we pray? Father, we give you thanks. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you honor. We thank you, Father, for this time, God, that we can be able, Father, to dedicate this venture, Lord God, into your hands. We ask, God, that the same way, God, in which you brought us, God, from near and far, God, in spite of our offices and in spite of our titles, unknowing to each other. Yes. Father, we know that this is divine. Yes. And today, God, as we commit this into your hands, God, we ask, God, that you would come and you would be the center. Yes. You would be the center. You're the one to lead us. You're the one to guide. You're the one to direct. Father, whatever, Lord God, may come and stand against it, Father, today we ask, God, that you would tear it down. Yes. You would remove it. But God, today we ask, God, that your blessings, your blessings would flow. Your blessings, God, will be manifested, that God, your blessings will be known towards this organization, Father, towards this venture, towards every single thing, God, that will be said and done, God. Father, we commit it today, God, into your hands, God, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And we decree and we declare blessings, prosperity, open doors, and favor in the name of Jesus. We give you thanks and praise, and all God's people say, Amen.
Yes, one more, please, can you sit it? And one more thing, I would like Dr. Vanessa and Pastor Tony to sit on that table over there. Please, you have to do the signing of partnership. The partnership has started. I don't want you to sign with that pen. I want you to use Secretary General's pen because the global agenda. So you are Secretary General's pen. I want you to use it to sign. Thank you. So what we are trying to do is to enter into actual partnership with Cycle International University and Seminary. The partnership will encourage us to organize short courses, certificate courses, training on peace, security. In fact, in first week of December, on December 10th, we are going to do a training on 1325 with them. So it's going to be a certificate course, and it goes, and it could be online, it could be physical, it could be conference training, but from this they will know we are now into, we all know that we are now into serious business. No more joke. The action has started. So, I don't know. I know, Mommy Bass is an attorney. I want you to be your just be a witness and let them know that time for action has started. Thank you.
So, he's already signed.
Oh,
So Dr. Lawa will sign.
okay. Dr. Lawyer, sign your own and put today. Please, make sure you get everything for them. This sign is very important. Yes.
You have to sign as well.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
Yes.
For they shall be the children of God.
Amen. Amen.
Stand up and hand over to them. Yes. You know what? Thank you so much. Please, mommy, come and join them. There's an advisor. Yeah, we are dragging it. The next 20 minutes will be done. Take it. That's the part. Whenever I want to use it, remember I use it to sign. Remember what you use it for. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Banista, it's time for Saika University to do the first partnership assignment. Please, the graduates, can you step aside? The graduates, please step out. Step out and get yourself.
Is it here? When we come to you,
one of New Jersey, right? Nice meeting you. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
From what side?
From New York.
Oh, it was so crazy for me. I thought about that story about the wow, this girl. So nice to see you. You can do it.
Please, Dr. Samuels has books
for sale. I'm meeting to pick a copy. Please, Dr. Someone, give them discount.
Okay.
Please.
I shall will. Okay. Very few I brought, okay, so. Do you think I have time to do that now? You are doing something. I don't want to disrupt you.
No, don't. I just announced it. Just do it. Just we're still in the program, please. After this, there will be reception, so that you have time for that.
Thank you very
Yes. Have a page as I go.
I don't want to be dry.
You know the road that you get to the end. I know church
That's the third.
Okay, hold on, now here. She just told me she read the gift card already. So.
Receiving this thing,
This is locked. You don't have to. Wait, I'm almost there.
No, you don't need to do that. You don't need
Do you need I'll just give you it. You can put it on. I told you this, so we are married. Yeah.
That is restaurant. Yes, this one.
Doctor. That one there? Okay, okay.
No, please. Can we get seated? Can we get seated? Yes, please.
Thank you.
can we sit down? Can we sit down? Can we sit down? When we usher them in. Please, no movement as they're coming in. Okay. Please, everyone. Please. My sister. Can you close that door?
Good evening, ladies, once again, and gentlemen. You may be seated, please. Members of the clergy, chaplains, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again to you. My name is His Excellency Reverend Dr. Devon Bannister. I'm the Pro-Chancellor of Psyche International University and Seminary, and I'm the Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Special Envoy. It is indeed an honor and a great privilege to be here today in celebration of our special graduates and the conferral of their degrees. We congratulate you all this day. We also want to give God thanks for all the blessings and recognitions that He has bestowed upon our university and seminary and its parent body, Word of Life Christian Fellowship, also known as WULMI. WULMI was established in November of 1985 under the leadership of His Excellency the Right Honorable Dr. Philip S. Finney, OEA. Over 25 years ago, WULMI created history by becoming the first and only full gospel church to be accredited by the United Nations Economic and Social Council, also known as ECOSOC, with special consultative status. This is the highest level of accreditation that is awarded to all designates. In this capacity, WULMI is able to appoint and accredit 17 ambassadorial representatives to the United Nations offices worldwide, numerous ambassadors at large, and special envoy. If you Google United Nations NGO, our entity Word of Life Christian Fellowship will appear as a UN NGO in good standing with the UN. Our Psyche International University and Seminary was prophetically mandated by the Lord on the order of Acts chapter 8 to train and empower believers to take the gospel to all nations. As a 501c3 organization, Psyche International University and Seminary is accredited by the Evangelical Order of Certified Pastoral Counselors of America. The EOPCA operates on the federal charter of the Canadian government with letters patent since 1982. Psyche International University and Seminary is authorized by the state of Florida, Department of Education, and has accreditation and affiliation with the Canadian Christian Theological Seminary based in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Graduates, as a reminder, our mission is to equip Christian believers across the globe to become marketplace ministers of the gospel. On behalf of the Board of Governors and faculty, congratulations on all your achievements here this evening. Your hard work and dedication to the calling on your life qualifies you today. Congratulations once again. You may be seated. Today it's indeed a great privilege to be here in celebration with all of these wonderful graduates, and at the same time to be here at this auspicious occasion with all of you wonderful women and men coming from near and far. When Dr. Ada and I first met, she told me about this organization, 1000 Women in Religion. And when she told me about it, I was very much intrigued. And I called the Chancellor of the university, as well as who is also our general in the UN. I called him and I spoke to him about it, and he said, yes, we would definitely love to work with them. After Dr. Ada told me of the wonderful work that you guys are doing, and the span in which every one of you work towards helping, and foremost, what we usually love to say, eradicate poverty. Because no matter how you twist anything, they will all fall under the line of poverty. And our mission, a part of our mission, is to eradicate poverty anywhere we go. Wherever we go, poverty must run. And we've seen it. The judge himself, he is a part of us. And the judge being a part of us, it just didn't happen haphazardly, just like that. One of the things that we always say to God, any person that comes to us, you must be the one sending them. And when the judge joined us, we knew that that was God sending him to us. Because from him joining us and being a part of us, we of ourselves has grown immensely, to the point whereby he has even availed himself to teach us, so that we, when we go out, we can be better Christians, we can be better servants, and we can be better leaders. I know some people don't like to hear the word servants, because some people just want to be served, but not serve. You have served, and today you will be served. We want to let you know that everything that we do, we take joy in doing it. We love to honor men and women for the hard work that they have done, for their labor, not just in the church, but also in the marketplace. When I say in the marketplace, I mean exactly what you do outside of the church. We love to honor men and women doing such. And when Dr. Ada calls us and say, hey, I have this person that I would like for you to honor, as long as we see that portfolio and we hear the lovely work that that person has been doing, we don't say no. We find joy in doing it. Because look at it, when the government is honoring someone, no one says anything. We're all happy for them. Am I right or am I right? We're happy for that person. No matter how much bad the person did, you can go and dig up and find a lot of dirt, but no one says anything. No red flag goes up. No one turns up their nose. But as soon as we say, let's go into church and find someone in the church and honor them. We say, let's go and find those persons that no one looks at outside the church as well and honor them. Then is when person's nose becomes turned up. But we love it when they turn their nose up, because we will give them more things to turn their nose up, to the point whereby they won't have no nose to turn.
That's right.
So today, as I call your name, the judge, Dr. Ada will call your name, and as Dr. Ada is reading your bio, you will shake the judge's hand. Well, not shake his hand as yet, sorry. You will stand before him, and he will put your hood on you, and then after that, you remain right there on that spot.
Marshal Pastor Tony Lawal. Marshal Pastor Tony Lawal was inspired by a great role model in her life, her mother. As a little girl, she has always wanted to help others and act as a nurse and available to help other people who had a small cut or small wound or needed care one way or the other while in school. Toyin is very passionate about serving others and delivering the act of kindness. This was demonstrated in her various medical missions across Africa, China, and locally. Her compassion led her to pursue nursing career. Toyin Lawal has been a nurse over 3 decades and had served in various nursing positions in critical care, cardiothoracic intensive care, OBGY, pediatrics, and nursing leadership, and currently pursuing Doctor of Nursing Practice degree at Grand Canyon University, Arizona. Toyin Lawal served as a senior pastor of Tabernacle Worship and Prayer Ministry, headquartered in Powell, California. She is the founder of Widows Retreat, a grassroots empowerment program in contribution to the 2030 agenda of the United Nations. Over the years, she has been able to support and economically empower over 3,000 plus widows globally and vulnerable youth through the Widows Retreat and various skills acquisition programs. Toyin Lawal is the president of 1,000 Women in Religion for Global Peace, an initiative to promote the United Nations Peace Agenda SDG 16 globally. Toyin Lawal and the Tabernacle Worship and Prayer Ministry are part of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. As a director of peace for UNESCO, she is also leading the global peace movement through the 1,000 Women in Religion for Peace, with chapters across the United States, Africa, and Europe, and continues to grow more chapters. Toyin Lawal is the author of the upcoming book, My Next Level Declaration, a life-changing book to help people break barriers and limitations and move to the next level in destiny. Toyin Lawal is honored today with the Honorary Doctor of Divinity. Please, can you clap for her? We call on Barrister Mrs. Teresa Ojeku Ibas. She is a graduate of Arts Communication and English. She further obtained degree in law and called to Nigerian Bar. She is an administrator in education and currently the president of Naval Officers' Wife Association, Nigeria. As a council advocate, Madam Ibas has spearheaded overall interest on wives of naval officers, committed her leadership administration to the concerns of naval widows and health of spouses of naval officers' wives. She is a philanthropist who promotes the welfare of the needy. She is a co-founder of Divine Mercy Foundation, a non-profit organization aimed at empowerment of less privileged members of the society. Madam Ibas is a recipient of many awards, including Stakeholder Gender Award, an initiative on the mission of UN Women on SDG 5 and Target. Barrister Mrs. Teresa Ojeku Ibas is honored today with Honorary Doctor of Human Letters. We call on Her Excellency Marshal Rosemary Uchenna is the first child of Chief and Mrs. Pius S. Zanua of blessed memory, who lived and sacrificed for the peace in families and community. Miss Rosemary was brought up by her paternal grandmother, who was a healer and gender advocate. Both her parents and grandparents remained her mentors and role models, who laid strong foundation for the path Rosemary trod till today. After her high school, she sojourned overseas to further her college education in medicine in Brazil. In the course of her first education in Brazil on languages, she identified her skills on business career through her academic advisor. She found favor in hospitality management and relocated her education to the United States of America. She went to University of New Haven, Connecticut, where she studied hospitality and business administration. This exposed her intellectual ability to humanitarian needs of people and became determined to contribute to the sustainable future of people through her passion for early child education. Rosemary took the lead in her determined passion and established the Rising Sun Children Academy in 1996 and made the academy a center for learning for 0 to 5 years children, parents enrichment and counseling center, health and welfare education and youth empowerment center. Her Excellency Rosemary Nwosu has supported many single mothers and fathers for a better future, helped and encouraged them to career and sustainable living. Rosemary has supported many religious organizations to plan their ministry in the community through guidance and support resources to get their feet in the community. In her continued commitment to quality and inclusive education, Rosemary carries education mission to rural schools in Nigeria to educate teachers on improved teaching, learning, and classroom management using the modern teaching techniques. Marshal Rosemary was still, following her love for humanity, established an initiative on me and well-being sustainability in contribution to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3 on health. This initiative has taken her to rural communities in 3 countries to address health and healthy life for elderly men and women in disadvantaged communities. Through her conglomerate organization, Human Development International, her excellence has helped many men and women to their health and well-being, which are giving her the title of a daughter for all in the community. She, through her passion for humanity, provides life skills education and mentorship to young women and youth to guide their business enthusiasm and economic growth. Her life skills business education acronym, My Patient Riches, has provided her young business team with the guiding life philosophy and business ethics of struggle for existence in hard work, commitment, and determination to success through patience in achieving me and well-being sustainability. Her Excellency Marshal Rosemary Nwosu is the Executive Director of the Holy Rosary Daycare, Director Early Child Education at Global Teachers Classroom, Principal Partner at New Hope Institute and Health Agency, and Executive Director Human Development of the International. In recognition of these, Her Excellency Rosemary Uchenna Nwosu is conferred today with Honorary Doctor of Human Letters.
Good.
The last but not the least for this honorary doctor is Vincent Hassan Bulus. Vincent is a minister and a reverend father in the community and a gender advocate for the girl child. Vincent has started an initiative to educate the girls in the community that he started with 7 girls and has grown up to 300 and something girls today. He has Vincent is passionate by the fact that her mom was a community leader and has done a lot to sustain the affairs of the young ones in the community. Reverend Father Vincent Hassan Bulus hails from Kaduna State, Nigeria, and has been ministering through his ministry as a chaplain and as a reverend father in the community to reach the souls, both white and black, to sustain their future through empowerment and encouraging them to grow spiritually. Vincent Hassan Bulus is honored today with Honorary Doctor of Divinity. This is to certify that Reverend Uchenna Eza-Nowai was solely set apart in the ministry of the gospel of the kingdom, having proven his divine gift and commitment by faithful service in the Church of Jesus Christ, having qualified himself through the discipline of the study of the Word of God and have demonstrated a life of integrity and sound character, warmly confers upon him all rights and privileges of an ordained minister and chaplain, as long as he maintains a godly life and spiritual standard of living. We have found him today as an ambassador of Christ and of the kingdom of God. Reverend Callistus Oswago was solemnly set apart in the ministry of the gospel of the kingdom, having proven his divine gift and commitment by faithful service in the Church of Jesus Christ, having qualified him through the discipline of the study of the Word of God, and having demonstrated a life of integrity and sound character, warmly confers upon him all rights and privileges of an ordained minister and chaplain, as long as he maintains a godly life and spiritual standard of living. We have found him today as an ambassador of Christ and of the kingdom of God.
Congratulations.
City of New York, professional recognition and endorsement. Whereas the United Nations is the highest international body. Whereas World of Life Christian Fellowship is the first and only full gospel of youth to be accredited by United with the Special Consultative Scientific Economic and Social Council. Whereas World of Life Christian Fellowship is the parent body of SICA International University and Seminary. And whereas the Executive Council, having invested in the President and Chancellor respectively, the authority to appoint, promote, and honor individuals who have deployed their expertise for the advancement and blessing of humanity. Be it therefore resolved that His Excellency the Right Honorable Dr. Philip S. Field, Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Extraordinary Ambassador, President General of the World of Life Christian Fellowship, and Chancellor of SICA International University, and hereby appoint Her Excellency Dr. Philomena Kintu with the Fellow of the Most Excellent Order of International Experts. On the same recognition, we call on Catherine Gray as member of the Most Excellent Order of International Experts, and I call on Evangelist Benedict to come and receive for her. Miss Benedict. Hello. Evangelist, come and receive for Catherine Gray, Miss Cathy.
Can I take back my glasses?
On the same, I call on Dr. Betu Akigos. Betu.
Go back, man. Can I get it?
Yes, cut it. Yes, yes, please. Stop by here.
Could you announce again what
Yeah.
she's been?
Oh, isn't that?
Yeah, announce it, please.
Okay, I can bring you back and announce it. Okay. On the same order, we present Her Excellency Dr. Betu Gons with the Fellow of the Most Excellent Order of International Expert, FOIE.
Thank you.
On the same order, we present Marshal Sarah David with member of the Most Excellent Order of International Experts, MOIE. Sarah Mario David.
Marshal Sarah. Yeah. Sorry, Anna. No, it's fine. Return it.
In the same order, I call on Her Excellency Mrs. Omolewa Ahmed. I'm presented with member of the Most Excellent Order of the International Expert, MOIE. Where's Reverend Drew Johnson? Reverend Johnson, is he gone? Did you sign? Reverend Johnson. Yes. Reverend Johnson is presented with membership of the Most Excellent Order of International Experts, MOIE.
All right. All right. Can I have the 6 graduates in the front, please? Stand here. Please. Please, the audience. Graduates, you can now turn your tassels to the left. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you graduates, graduating with their honorary doctorate degrees and chaplain license. Let's celebrate them. Wait, man, wait. That's how you celebrate? Do you have family here? Anyone here is related?
They all are family.
I know you might be a bit hungry, you know. This food outside. Use the last of your energy now for them. Family. Praise God. Kindly please just rise to your feet with me, please, quickly, so we can pray with them. Okay, just stretch your hands towards them, please. Father, we thank you, Father, for these persons. We thank you for these distinguished ambassadors, these doctors, these chaplains, God, in which, God, you have ordained today, in which you have licensed, in which you have promoted. Father, we know promotion doesn't come from man, but it comes from you. And you know the appointed time when that time must come for us to be promoted. And Father, you've chosen this 21st day of September in the year 2019 to honor your servants, to honor and to promote them. And Father, today, as they've been promoted, God, we ask, God, that you would give them the tools, the equipment, God, that they need. Give them the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding that they can be able to go forth and to do your work, God. Father, as you promote them, God, we know, God, that the enemy will come to them. The enemy will come after them, God, in another dimension, in another way, in another level. But God, you have given them and you have moved them to another level. So today, God, as you move them to another level, give them the spirit of boldness, that they would walk in that level of boldness. They would walk in that level of promotion. They would walk in that level of anointing, God, that they can be able to function. Father, we lift every other person, God, that was honored here today. We lift them before you. And we thank you, Father, for the work, God, that they too have been doing, God. And you have chosen today, God, to honor them. Even though in the sight of man they were not worthy of it, God, but God, in your sight they are more than worthy of it. Because you said, I will exalt you, I will honor you, I will promote you. And Father, today, we thank you, mighty God, for promoting your servants, your people, your children. Today, God, as they go forward, God, you just lead them, Father, by your Spirit. Lead them by your Spirit to do, Lord God, that which you've ordained and you've predestined for them to do. Father, I take them, Lord God, today, God, and I declare that they would go from faith to faith, from strength to strength, from victory to victory, from glory to glory. Father, we commit them into your hands today. We commit them into your Son's hand today, God. We commit them to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. You may return back to your seats. And I just want to say thank you very much to my big brother here, the judge. I put him on the spot. Just before we go, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Amen, 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 amen. All right. Okay, Dr. Vincent, please. So on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 9 to 5, I don't know your schedule, your availability, Judge, as well as our chief or general, and one of our other faculty members will be having a lecture in New York at the Hilton Hotel JFK on international law, ecclesiastical protocol, canon law, a few stuff where the church is concerned. International negotiation, protocol and diplomacy. It's for everyone, both in the church and outside of the church. So I would encourage you, if you would like to attend, you can see myself or the judge after we finish here today. Or you could even speak with Dr. Ada and she could give you more information on it. Once again, on behalf of the Board of Governors and Faculty of Psyche International University and Seminary and Wilmai, we want to say thank you very much for welcoming us and partnering with us that we can work together to advance the kingdom and at the same time to advance humanity. Yes. One thing we always say is what you have value. We just come to add more value to what you have so we all can go together and work and help others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I don't know. I'm short of words. I want to thank everyone for coming. And as we close up, I need someone to do the closing prayer. On note of time. Someone who I touched, come and say, okay, doctor, come and say something. Just vote of times and close up. So tired.
Don't worry, I will speak as tall as my height. And don't hold me responsible. I know we have a judge here. If you want to hold me responsible, judge me based on my choices of who I wanted to look like. So I had the option of looking like my dad, who is like 6-something feet, and my mom, the exact opposite. So I took after my mom. And so, honestly speaking, today is a wonderful day for every one of us. A day where we thank Allah.
Sorry. I have to do this. I don't normally do this.
Okay.
But I'm only going to interrupt your program for about a few minutes. There was one more person we needed to honor, and we believe that everybody should be honored equally. So I would not like to leave this place without honoring you. Madam, please, may I ask you to stand? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, please be standing. Please do know her, so allow me to make the appropriate introduction. Thank you for being with us. Just 3 more minutes.
Dr. Oti Abajo. Yes, is honored today with commander of the most excellent order of international escort.
Someone get a picture. Not at all. Sign this from here.
I have to come stand beside you now?
Yes.
Good. Where should I sign something? Right here. Should I write my full name and sign? Or just
Your thing. Anything you want.
Please, will all the honorees and the graduates take good picture right now, please? All the honorees and the graduates, please. Please stand by them and take all the honorees.
Yes.
Please come out for group photograph. All the honorees, please.
Okay, I would like to just round up to really acknowledge and thank every one of you, especially the planning committee, my very good friends, Ada, George. You guys have been wonderful. We don't need to tell anything about you. Your leadership, your legacy speaks a lot about you. As you know, I was a number 12 of 12 children from my mother, so I learned to be brave. Please, whatever you are, wherever you are, whatever you want to be, just make the best version of yourself at that moment.
That's right.
And thank you so much for this wonderful day. This is not about me, it's about the kids, those girls that have been forced into marriage for 12 years, 13 years, who are giving out in exchange for money. That I went back about 13 years ago, I saw them, and today, some of them are in the nursing school now. So, please, as God said, you said, Ada and Doctor, don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow may never come.
That's right.
So thank you for this very privilege. We promise you, we shall go like a hurricane. Thank you so much. God bless America. Let us pray. God bless the world. God bless our various countries. God bless America, our host country. And God bless every good of your intentions. For our human weaknesses, We never promised to be perfect, but we long to be. Forgive us, Allah. We look up to you. We come from you. And we are proud of you. To you be a glory and honor. Please protect this environment, protect the university, provide for all their needs to run the programs for humanity. Bless the world with peace.
Amen.
And encourage us to continue to be the agents of peace.
Amen.
Through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Allah Saman al-Barakah.
Sorry, we forgot. Sorry, I know, sorry. I was given a task which I forgot. Please, don't crucify me. You're eating, nice air conditioned. No one wasn't charged a fee to come in here. And this is not for me, but it's for the organization, 1000 Women in Religion, to help with offsetting whatever expenses they may have and stuff like that. And we would like to ask if everyone can give a donation today. Now, whatever you can would be greatly appreciated and accepted. I know they didn't want to do it, so they asked me, so I am bold enough to ask you. So if you can give, you can write off the bill. The bill is what, $5,000, $10,000? You want to write it, 20? Yes, you want to write it off? That's perfectly fine. We will gladly accept. So anything that you may have that you can contribute towards the organization, any donations, please.
A bowl, right?
Is there anything outside that we could use?
Yeah, let me look.
If you want to write if you're going to write a check, Dr. Ada, who should you write a check to? If you write a check, you can write a check to Tabernacle Worship and Prayer Ministry. Please. Yes, they're bringing something. They're bringing something in to take it. Or okay, let's see. Here. Where's Dr. Ada? Dr. Ada went outside?
No, she's sitting.
Okay, I'm going to come around myself. I'm the one. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have some.
Oh no, that's
No, don't. If you want us to pass back for seconds, that'll be perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know everyone have been well fed today. You've received a lot of information. That's what I mean. I'm not speaking about food. You've been well fed. Belly full of information, not food.
That's right. Head full of information.
Okay, so you have the various banners inside of the rooms. You want to take pictures, you can feel free to go ahead. For all the persons that was honored, we're just asking if you can come to the front so we can have one one general photograph with everyone. And then after that, you're free to fellowship, socialize, connect, network, whatever, however you want to do it. And then at the same time, I think there's still more snacks on the outside. Am I correct? More snacks on the outside, right? Yeah. Okay. So you can feel free to partake in that as well.
Oh, I'm coming to you.
They're waiting for you.
Thanks everyone. Prayer has been said and blessings have been placed. So we really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless the world. Amen.
Amen.
So all the persons, whoever, I can't remember all the persons. Okay, some left already. Okay, whoever's here, we'll just work with you for now.
Sarah.
Okay. Sarah, yes. Too white? Is it too white? Or you want to make it 2 rows? 2 rows?
No, yes, 2 rows.
Yeah.
I am so tall.
I know that.
My father is 75. Everybody is
Okay. Transfer.
Okay.
You have a certificate, you can raise it.
Should I bring my certificate?
Ready? All right, everyone. Okay. Congratulations.
You know we have another program. Let's go. Everybody. Where is my paparazzi? Benny. Yes, ma'am. Take picture.